Yeah. I'll send you an ASMR later.
Just going to town on that popsicle as.
I'm gonna mute myself because
no. I want to watch you.
Wow!
My God, the moistness.
Oh my God! I'll mute my.
Nerdrotic.com. Please subscribe.
Toby and the light source is hitting the right side of his face. And I can't believe I'm about to say this. I never thought I would say this in my entire online career. But look closely at Tobey Maguire's dick. Look closely at Tobey Maguire's dick.
You flipped too hard, damn it! Look, this is crazy. Man, don't y'all smoke that shit. He just ride. Look. Man, this is crazy, man, I'm telling you. Just fighting in traffic, bruh. Look. He needs somebody to spar with. I go spar with this. Look, this is crazy. He tired now.
God damn, Gary. Some serious gourmet shit. What flavor is this? That's right, it's the all-hell medium roast private blend. Check out the Geek Grind Coffee Nerdrotic page for our other options like the Decadent, Feathers of Liberty, vanilla-infused flavored coffee. Or if you're looking for something darker, try the Dark Roast FNT blend of the Fellowship. You know what? Just buy all three. GeekGrindCoffee.com. Use discount code Nerdrotic. Huzzah!
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature audiences.
I just figured it out. Nina was one of those backup singers. Oh my God, Az.
Wow, that's Asian representation.
When the intro started, that thing was massive.
Yeah. Great girl. Jeez, coming in hot.
Right. This is no word of a lie, right? I'm sucking on this lollipop, and you can hear like stuff like that going on. And the girl's going, oh, like, and Gary's like, here, you know, I'm gonna keep that going. That's it. And I was like, oh, I'll mute myself. Both the ladies blowing. No,
don't do it.
Don't mute yourself. Don't do it. Unbelievable.
Very believable, to be honest.
It was all X-ray, girl. I don't know why.
I didn't even give my opinion. I was just enamored.
Busy being enamored. Welcome everyone to the Real BBC, bagging, boarding, and chatting. I have a few comics. I'm running out of bags and boards, but I found my She-Hulk as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, look at that. It's like I own the comics and read them. Yeah, We'll get to She-Hulk, I'm sure, eventually, but the Rings of Power, kind of a hot subject right now. My ex-boss, my last boss, Elon Musk, has been roasting it on Twitter, and it's been glorious. Got a couple things wrong, but hey, the spirit was there, and I'm fine with that, and we'll discuss that. And plus, the Access Media has rolled out all that. They just took Last Jedi out. They cut Last Jedi out of all of their headlines and threw in the Rings of Power.
They did.
It's a good little recycling they're doing.
It is.
Obi / Galadriel.
And there's some good uns. Guess what? It's your fault. It's bad. It's your fault. It's my fault. It's Az's
Always
fault.
your fault.
It's Nina's fault. It's definitely MauLer's fault. And
Oh yeah.
and it's X-Ray Girl's fault. It's everybody's fault that it's bad. It's not the people who actually made it. It's up to us to suspend our disbelief enough to, I don't know, watch something that horrific. I mean, there's a lot of things in this country that happened which require a lot of suspension of disbelief. So there you go. But we'll talk about that.
It's less our fault though, like the ladies here, than yours, because you guys are white and male. Just saying.
Oh yeah, everything's our fault.
Hello, Prison of Shadow. Damn.
Oh, sorry.
Are you a POS? Sorry. What's up, Az? From Heel versus Big.
How you doing?
Good.
I just had a lovely. Those are the lollies that I'm talking about. The Roundtree's fruit pastel lollies. They are like so good. And I'm drinking coffee because I haven't had a poop in 2 days.
Wow. Do you still have some of those Mexican lollies left?
Water.
Yes.
Great.
Not touching them.
H2O.
Water.
What's a Mexican lolly?
Right. Nina sent me a.
Don't ask that in Tijuana.
I'd say a care package, right? But she sent me like poison in the post.
It's true.
And it was just all this Mexican candy that's spicy, and it tastes like a tramp's asshole.
And
Why
you
would
would know.
spicy candy? That's like not cool.
He
No.
said, send me Mexican candy. So I went to like the place and I was like,
no. That is not how it went down, Nina. You got a package from me, and then you went, I'm gonna send you something. I'm gonna send you a package.
But you
I
also
had
said,
no.
I was like, what do you want? And you were like, send me Mexican candy. And I was
No.
like, I got it.
Yeah, because I thought that would have meant nice things, not fucking anthrax and shit.
Well, be careful what you wish for, Az. I doubt that's Nina's fault there. I mean,
Yeah, I didn't make them.
Poisoned it, but
We've all mistakenly sent anthrax to people before. It's fair.
easy mistake.
Yeah.
What a mistake in the maker.
Persian woman sends anthrax to British man.
It started off all right. It started off okay, and there was like a couple of chocolate things which are a bit similar to UK things. It's okay. Ayo. And then we got like to lollipops, and there was this one lollipop, and it was fine. And then there's like 3 more flavors in it, and another one was like fine. And then you get to the center, and it's just all fucking spice. And then another one of the lollipops was the mango with all the spice on that I had before in the mango and spice poison thing that you get. And then the other one was just literally going, what are you fucking looking at, mate? And I was just like, whoa.
I guess that's what happens when British people eat something flavorful.
It is. Food.
Hey, don't we have like the best chocolate or some of it anyway?
Yeah.
You guys have great desserts because all your meals suck. I understand that.
Something has to be good there.
Does he know our secret as that we drench all of our meals in chocolate?
Yes.
I went somewhere for breakfast a few weeks ago, and I cannot remember what it was, but it was something like regular and savory, like let's just say toast, like a waffle or something, like a toast or a waffle or something. And then I was just going, it had like, you can have it with maple syrup, you could have it with with sugar and lemon, and then it was just like you can have it with Belgium chocolate over it, and I'm like, what? This is breakfast.
Yeah, no, that sounds French to me. Honestly,
one does not consume.
Yeah, Well, excellent. Rings of
Other
power.
than that, just regular racists trying to
of
get
power.
along in the world.
Just some racists talking about the rings of power.
Woo!
Hey, I think Neil Gaiman came in to
Oh dear.
stump for it's. Yeah, shut up, Neil, dude.
What? I didn't hear what he said. What did he say?
You don't need to know. You just need to hear Neil Gaiman, and that's it.
He's just trying to stay on the knob of anybody, so he doesn't have to go back to writing comic books.
So they don't cancel his series on Netflix.
Yeah. MauLer, hello.
Hello, man. It's weird. We're like well into the 3 shows release, and we haven't got that 4th one out yet, and that's going to get even more hectic.
God,
there's several days. You can see everyone keeps forgetting Andor's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, Andor is coming.
3 episodes on release. Everyone's gonna be like, "Hey,
21st.
Will that one sink in relevancy?" I wonder, because I don't know if you guys have sort of get the same vibe, but it seems to me Rings of Power has outshined She-Hulk, that has outshined House of the Dragon in terms of people talking. House of the Dragon seems to be the least talked about one out of the 3.
Because it's good.
Because it's probably the best by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, me and Gary, I don't know if we've given you an update on good old real BBC, but as of the last episode, we're kind of happy. We're satisfied so far. If it maintains the quality of episode 3 throughout the season, I think we're in good shape.
I heard Matt Smith did something pretty cool, and there was a 6.5-minute clip on Twitter, and I was like, okay, I'll watch this clip. So I clicked on the clip, and Matt Smith clicked. Oh, well, that was nearly really difficult to say.
Did you say clip?
I heard that.
No, I got it right. I nearly clicked. I nearly clicked.
He just did it.
Nearly clicked the clip.
Flip too hard, damn it!
Clip the clip. Oh.
Extra good. Got it. She's not used to that. And Matt Smith was just going around cutting people up.
Yeah.
And avoiding arrows, and sometimes not avoiding arrows. And then coming out with this disfigured guy cut in twain. And I was like,
covered in blood. Covered in blood.
Have to see
just drenched. Yeah.
It's the reason you watch fantasy. Everybody loves to like, we want all this empowerment. No, I want to see dudes with swords cutting the shit out of fucking dudes and orcs and monsters. That's what I want.
Memes aside in terms of the whole because it's good. It's like, well, that could actually be part of it, in that people aren't complaining about it as much, so there's no reason to be like, racists with this one. It's like, it's useless because most people are kind of liking it. We gotta we'll focus on the other 2.
It is. It's you're gonna. I think as things play out, HBO will be much happier, and they've been, as we have documented, like been whipping their dick out quite a bit. Like making a first episode free, releasing the Peter Jackson trilogy in theaters over to kind of steal the thought. It was great. It's been and then another billionaire who, I mean, like, we know Elon hates Jeff Bezos. So he's roasted. It's great. I like everything about this is awesome, except for the Rings of Power. Well, the Rings of Power suck. It sucks so bad. It's fun to mock at this point. It is objectively bad.
I will agree that it was really hilarious to see that tweet. But when I read the part where he said Galadriel's the only like friendly character or something, I was like, what the fuck?
She's nice.
The nice character.
Nice.
I think he meant good, but I can't say. Like she was.
Everybody was like, he went out with Amber Turd, though. So, I mean, his gauge on nice women.
Yeah, she was as nice as an EMV employee, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah.
EMV employees.
She's going to leave a poop on that raft.
Their post office. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Except for the ones in our chat who are great. We love you.
Yes.
Welcome, MauLer.
Hello.
I can't wait to talk to you guys about this stuff.
I can't wait to stroke your plushie.
Oh, my.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm sorry to derail
Is your husband
the stream immediately, but can we have a look at this absolute fucking 100%, 1000% I'm a adult pretender moment?
Oh, another one? Oh my God.
Have you heard this
Oh,
yet?
God.
Oh,
what
I
is
love
going
this
on
clip.
with him?
No, stop. The facial expression is enough.
Wait. Before
Wait, what?
You
You gotta listen. You gotta listen to what's being said.
Yeah, but should we not get context first for
Yeah,
everybody?
we need
Okay.
context.
Context.
Because basically there's this film coming out And my God, like this is so. What I'm about to say could also not be true, but it's from a load of people and a couple of trusted people. All right, this film's coming out. There's lots of weird shit going on. Lots of clips being shared. Lots of actors clearly not happy. And the bigger things that were coming away from it was like people. I think Florence Pugh has refused to do any promotion for this film.
Yes,
that was like the first thing. People were like, oh, that's kind of strange. Olivia Wilde like publicly claimed that so Shia LaBeouf was supposed to be in this film at some point.
Yeah.
He clashed with somebody, quote unquote, at some point in some way. Like
it was Florence.
Well, that's what Olivia Wilde, I think, claims, right? And says that like, oh, we've axed him because we need a safe work environment because he's got like history of abuse. He's currently going through a court case to do with this, right? It's something to do with that. But apparently, and this is from a friend that said this, I haven't got anything to reference. Like a clip of her talking about. There's like a clip of her trying her best to get Shia LaBeouf to remain on the project because he was the one that wanted to leave. And in this clip, I think Olivia Wilde says like, you know, something like doesn't take Florence Pugh seriously in it. Like she's trying to.
This is a different clip.
Oh no, I know this is a different clip. There's loads of clips that are out. This is what I mean. This is one of those.
Sam Hyde is also
Olivia Wilde also was meant to have hooked up with Harry Styles.
Yeah, that guy.
As well.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is like Olivia Wilde's like lied to everybody about the state with the Shia LaBeouf, and then you've got she apparently cheated on her husband with one of the actors in this movie.
We need more female directors in Hollywood.
Yeah,
I think what happened was, MauLer, is they all had a massive orgy and like did a lot of drugs, and then they realized the next day and they were like, "Oh my God, what happened here?" And then now they all hate each other. Yeah, and now they all hate each other.
Then you go
and it's just just to clarify, sorry, women can be just as bad as men. That's all that is.
Yeah.
100.
So then you got so some people like just play the clip. It's like, no, you don't understand. These are all really fun facts about this movie before you get to this clip. She was served her divorce papers at the convention for this promoting this film in front of everybody.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
Which is just classic.
Wow.
What about Harry Styles? Harry Styles was
dress on
introduced at the premiere, and he walked to his seat, and Chris Pine was sat next to him clapping, and he just goes and spits on Chris Pine, and then sits down, and Chris Pine's literally like,
yeah,
I would have punched him in his.
And then Olivia, did you see Olivia Wilde's face in that clip? She's like,
no.
Dude, sometimes
she was
spitting
on
somebody
she was on the other side of
like
Chris Pine, wasn't she?
Yeah.
So I think the question that I think has been asked is what makes this movie different? Well, no, what makes this movie different? And this is the reply.
Isn't he supposed to be?
You know, my favorite thing about the movie is like it feels like a movie. It feels like a real, like, you know, go to the theater film movie. But, you know, you kind of the reason why you go to watch something on the big screen. I think, you know, my favorite.
It sounds like dialogue from Rings of Power.
Ziggy's high.
What's your favorite thing about the movie? When it feels like a movie, like a proper, you know, on the screen movie. Like it's something that people go to sit down and watch in a theater.
It's some popcorn. Fucking moron.
I just want to watch this movie at this point to see what the fuck, like, because there's so much drama.
About the environment. Tell us how to live our lives. Just so you know, they can't answer questions if they aren't written for them.
Last fun fact I think was that Florence Pugh and Olivia Wilde like won't speak to each other. So
I thought all girls got along when they were on the set. They were besties.
Just put them in a bathroom; it'll be fine.
Finding out all these little things, you're just like, what the fuck happened in the production of this hideous project? Like, what is it related?
No, it wasn't like Chris Pine's character. I heard it was based on Jordan Peterson or some stuff, and it's supposed to be like some weird Stepford Wivesy, they're trapped feminist thing or like theme. I watched the trailer and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, because Olivia Wilde directed this thing.
She did direct it, yes. And she was like being bandied about to direct some Marvel projects too. Not so sure now.
MauLer, did you
Yeah.
hear how she basically was like, because they asked her about it at one of the places, and she was like, there's nothing going on and everything's fine between us, and the internet just makes up shit. And I'm like, well, usually yeah, that's true, the internet does make up shit, and so does the media, but in this case there's just so much that you're like, there's definitely something going on, lady. Like, you're totally dodging the question. But
they're all
Yeah.
like seething. You can
Yeah.
see it in the clips. This is what I mean. This is better promotion for this movie than any trailer.
people are spitting each other. Like, that's insane. I'm like, what the fuck?
Guarantee it's like the most generic and shitty movie ever, or whatever.
Probably.
Nothing happens, and it was like, oh well.
Probably.
And it's Florence Pugh.
Pew pew pew.
She was great in Black Widow.
Oh yeah, she was fantastic in Black Widow, the greatest Marvel movie. Hey, I got a blue check mark. That's all I gotta say. And
Yeah.
Marvel movie ever, except for the next one, and that's the best one, and then the next one's the best one.
What is the next? Oh, Black Panther 2
Congratulations.
guaranteed is going to be considered the best one when that comes out.
Oh,
Better than anything ever.
oh,
Mhm.
dude, the shills are gonna just lather that thing with overpraise with their bigotry of low expectations. They're gonna go, it's just so beautiful and meaningful and powerful. It's an event.
Can you believe if they would pull out finally the black people have a hero in the fucking sequel? It'd be like-
They're gonna slurp it up like faster than Az slurped up that freaking ice cream.
Oh,
You are fucking. You loved it.
Nina, ice cream.
I didn't
really?
say I hated it.
You loved it.
hello, Nina.
Az, how could you
Hi.
let it get away with calling that an ice cream?
Well,
Lolly, ice lolly, whatever you want to call
Just
it.
that's too
I don't
deep into
care
the
anymore.
perv.
Yeah,
We're here to have
Yeah.
efficient language, everybody. Jesus.
God damn it.
Just call an ice lolly.
Just say you're
bloody ice cream.
I'm sorry.
They would accept ice pop.
You don't say you're sorry,
Yeah.
like Canadian. Nina.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Sorry.
Sorry,
Sorry, eh?
I'm sorry.
Hi, Gary.
Hello.
It's good to see you guys. As MauLer, X-Ray Girl. Always a pleasure. I'm happy to be here, as always.
Hello.
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 Yeah, and congratulations again on your blue check mark. You've joined the dark side
Refer to
now,
me as Your Excellency, Your Grace, Your Highness. I'll
Your
accept-
Highness.
This doesn't mean your takes are going to go all shitty, does it?
Oh, absolutely. Just so I can get I want to get a free screening and a cup warmer.
Gary's about to go full lofty on us all of a
I
sudden.
remember seeing a streamer getting their blue check mark, and their first tweet after getting it was, "Hey, just because I got this blue check mark doesn't mean that I'm any better than you."
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
That's how you know they think they are.
Yes.
Oh my god!
It was
Can you
like,
imagine
oh.
Gary tweeted that? I would die.
No,
Gary, you should tweet that.
you can
This doesn't make me any better than you, but really it does.
My first
Gary,
reaction
you should
was,
tweet that.
oh no. Oh, I didn't think they'd give it to me. Shit. I have some splaining to do. No, I'll just infiltrate. I'll just infiltrate, do what they did.
Go to the blue checkmark meetings.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna say things like retarded and all the words you're not allowed to say at the meeting.
You can, dude. You can drop hard R's now.
can.
You can. You
What
can say
retarded?
rake. You know, rake.
Raid Shadow Legend
Yeah, Raid Shadow Legends. You can say that now
with a hard R.
with a hard. Ooh.
Oh yeah, all my videos are good. And now for a quick word from our sponsor. No. Except for Geek Grind. Hail Geek Grind in the live streams. Thanks for being here, Nina. We got
You're welcome, and here's Geek Grind. Woo! Yay.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
Grind on the Geek, yo.
You
That's
need to
right.
send me some K cups.
I will. Oh wait, hey, they ship internationally now. I think they
Oh,
work
good.
it out. So they, we'll get them to you. Don't worry, Az. Hello, X-Ray Girl.
Hello. I'm doing very well. How are you guys doing? I was gonna say
Are you
something.
off the
I don't know.
Wow, she went full
I was
Asian.
trying to think something, and I'm like, I have to think of something to say.
She has a thought
Blink
channel now.
Twice if you're being held captive.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyways, so yeah, I've gone full thought. My brain doesn't work. I'm supposed to talk like this now. I guess it's just like an SJW voice, which is actually like how I talked in high school. So I guess that will make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna be streaming her putting together IKEA shelves in a bathtub or something.
In a bathtub?
That's not efficient.
What?
Oh, you know, it's like a little swimming pool, paddling pool.
Oh, you're not doing all that stuff at once.
I saw your
putting together.
I'm going to start doing yoga stream. So yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, as inspired me today, so maybe I'll go get a lollipop or I don't know, whatever those like British popsicles are, and
you want fruit pastel lollipops?
Fruit pastel?
Roundtree's fruit pastel lollipops.
I've never heard of that.
That's what I was sucking on.
Okay, something fruity. I get it.
And until you've had it, you can't claim Britain has no good food.
Girl, if you're gonna be doing stuff like this, get an OnlyFans, girl, because you can make way more money. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, future plans.
Don't
guys.
waste it away. Don't waste it away on YouTube.
I saw a tweet that said OnlyFans is like streamer DLC. I was like, oh yeah, kind of.
That was Asmund Gold that tweeted that.
Yeah.
I said it's more like loot boxes.
We know why Az wants to get into yoga now. I just saying.
Downward dog.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Well, it's more efficient. Let's just be
classic Will Ferrell SNL skit.
Wow.
Come on.
Gary verified now. You can't be
Would
doing stuff like
the
that.
time go down from 38 to like 30 seconds for that?
I don't know. I've never sucked my own cock, X-ray girl.
I thought that was a Marilyn Manson picture from like the 90s.
That's when
Or
shit
Prince
and people could laugh. Yeah.
Anyways, hi.
Hi.
Women ruin everything.
God, they really do. Well,
Women, the failed experiment.
Can we have our rib back, please?
Hang on. Okay, so we'll start out with Elon. Elon been killing Rings of Power.
Fucking scorched earth on that shit.
Yeah.
Was it more than just the 2 tweets? I saw.
There's 3.
There's there's 4 now.
Is there 4 now? Oh, there.
Because he did 3 in a row with the bots and everything. Like that was the
the bot
3
one.
tweets, and then he tweeted something this morning.
According to Samba TV, Rings of Power is not doing great.
No,
bring that up.
It's getting, according to Samba TV, House of the Dragon premiere within its first 6 hours of its initial L+ 3-day release window, 4.8 million. Rings of Power, during its first 4 days available to stream, according to Prime Video premiere of the year, 1.8 million.
Oh no, that's a big difference from 25 million.
That's a big difference.
I'm not very good at math. X-ray girl, is that a big difference?
He's so big.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Can someone clip that for later? Just asking for a friend.
Oh god, someone clip that.
He's on it. Did you throw in that article? Oh my god.
Yeah. I'll bring it up now. For you.
How reliable is that source, by the way?
It does a certain number of house. It doesn't do all. It does a certain number.
It's through is it Nielsen through Roku or something like that? So it's people who watched it like through an app or something. So so Amazon saying, yeah, it's 1.8 million there, but the other 23.2 million watched it on Prime. Trust us. Trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro. Yeah.
Hey, bro.
So, demand for the Game of Thrones content drove more than half of all viewers to watch House of the Dragon premiere within the first 6 hours of its initial L+ 3-day release window, Buzz from the premiere helped boost overall viewership to 4.8 million households in the first few days. Doink. 1.8 million US households watched the debut episode of no, I'm not saying that. Rings of Power during its first 4 days available to stream, scoring the largest Amazon premiere of the year, but it was only 1.8 million.
Yeah. So what the 25 million is part of sampling, which is you came across it, and it could be impressions, right? Impressions of people just clicking on it. I mean, like, listen, say 25 million people watched it on the first day. 25 million people are not going to watch the third episode.
Oh, of course not.
They're just fucking not. It's a piece of shit. I don't care if a fucking 100 million people watched it. The show's a piece of shit. It's terrible.
I would hope that people, even who thought it was worth complimenting, would realize like those first two. I feel like my dad would have been bored. Like he'd just been like, I don't know, there's not much going on, is there? It's like, do you want to see a third one? It's like, well, that or House of the Dragon. It's like, oof. Are they like they'd never be able to compete with their third episode against House of the Dragon's third? There's no way.
I don't think after what we saw in the third episode of House of the Dragon.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
there's no people are just like they want to know what happens in episode 4 now. Legit.
I feel like Bezos is somewhere having a meeting and just like breaking everything in the room because he wanted the reception that House of Dragon's getting right now, like for Lord of the like Rings of Power. And he spent all this money to make this series, and now it's like this fucking garbage that people hate, including Elon Musk. And now Elon Musk is shitting
that's probably what pisses him off, right? He's probably going to build a bigger dick rocket now. But Bezos has the Ring of Power. He owns Amazon, which owns servers, which a ton of these websites fucking use. You saw he ended Parler almost with a snap. So yeah, I'm getting a little bit of an echo from somebody. Little bit of an echo. No, still getting it. Still getting it. It's not you, Nina.
It's not me.
X-ray girl. It was the X-ray girl.
God damn it, X-ray girl.
Damn it, X-ray girl.
Fucking Asians.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Where was I?
Bezos, Rings of Power.
Has his cock ring of power, and he controls a bunch of media outlets. He controls server. He controls so much, and they still can't stop it. And I love that Rotten Tomatoes, even though it's owned 25% is owned by Warner Brothers, is just letting it roll. They're like, oh, that's totally accurate this time. Oh, by the way, can we vote? Can we rate things on Amazon Prime yet?
Right. Okay. No.
wait. You can go on. It's in 72 hours, right? I mean,
I know. Okay. You can click on be the first to review this. There's 0 scores. Then you click on to leave a review, and it will let you star it and leave a review and submit it. Where it's going right now, don't know.
It went to the void. It's with Morgoth right now.
It went to heaven. Yeah.
It's holy shit.
It's with Morgoth now.
Yeah. And them coming out with the 25 million. So there was an article Ryan covered, a bunch of people covered it. That said that we're just going to call it a success anyway. It was a Business Insider article saying that Amazon insiders were saying we're just going to call it a success no matter what happens. So that 25 million, nice round number for worldwide, by the way. And I do believe HBO is claiming, and by the way, we can't trust
Sambo is US only.
Yep. US only for HBO was they were claiming 20 million for House of the Dragon's first one. Again, I don't know if I trust that one either. The HBO said that 7 million people worldwide watched the Watchmen's premiere episode. I only found 1 million people watched it, and it got canceled. So I don't know,
Gary. It did not get canceled. It got renewed, and then they decided not to carry on.
Yeah, why would they cancel a show like that? It was great.
No, they didn't, MauLer. It got renewed. It got renewed, And then they said about 2 weeks later, we've decided not to go ahead. We've told the story that we
told the story we wanted to tell.
They said that.
Yes,
they did.
I didn't know that. That's
Okay,
crazy.
sure.
Yes, he got renewed into cancellation.
Listen, the only fucking creator I would trust say stopping this series because of that is Vince Gilligan. Okay, he's like the only person who, if they said we've finished our story, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's fair. He's definitely because
completely agree. Yeah,
that man would be trusted to make like Breaking Bad season 10,000 had he kept going. But one season of Watchmen. That's all they wanted to tell. Yeah, sure, okay.
Tell the story.
Wow, it was bad. I don't want to, but Rings of Power is that bad, folks. I mean, if you haven't seen it, don't waste your time. It's I equate it to Star Trek Discovery. Just a lot of convenient things happen, a lot of saccharine dialogue, and dialogue is used to fill time, so they repeat the same thing twice, just reword it a little bit, right, MauLer? I mean, like the dialogue is atrocious. This is some of the worst I've.
And as a big fan of dialogue, it's been really nice to sort of be with everyone on this. We could all be like, yeah, this is some shitty dialogue. Like characters saying some really flat stuff, being explicit about everything they mean. Especially Nori. I'm so tired of everything she's saying. Like one of her opening scenes, her friend is like, "Why do you do everything you do?" And she lists all of her traits to you and one of her goals in life. I was just like, lazy. But then you get all of the really wistful and just like they thought it was meaningful dialogue. The Stone and the Ship one is just getting memed to hell and back, and I love it.
And it was Celebrimbor was like, in order to build, one must sacrifice.
I know.
Yeah. You got that, and you got Elrond saying all the stuff with the sapling. Like when there's love, a tree can grow, or whatever. It's like there's light, you fucking morons. Light and water.
And water.
I thought that was the best line in the whole whole 2 episodes. I was like, okay.
There's a line earlier that Celebrimbor speaks when he's taking his leisurely walk from Region to Khansum, and he goes, "Oh, the blandness of nature." Tolkien would never write
blandness of nature.
The blandness of nature. Now, like Celebrimbor was always into like we don't know much about his character. He's supposed to be a tragic story. We're supposed to like really like this guy, and he fucks up, and
when he gets tricked, well, he's meant to have got tricked into creating
it. Like he becomes sorry, you got to read the books. They use his body. Sauron uses his body as a banner. Okay, like
wow.
So like it's fucked up what happens to him, and it's sad. And
do you think they're gonna do that in the show though? I don't know about that.
That doesn't sound like this show. Honestly.
No.
They're just gonna make him kiss a man instead.
Probably.
It's probably gonna get him pegged.
The worst crime upon watching it again. Well, actually, it was my fault for watching it again. It was the crime on my brain. Was Elrond. You introduce Doogie Elrond, and they just use his character to give us more description of Guy Ladriel, like fucking Elrond. Like where's Elros? Why is he half elven? Explain that. Explain that his brother was the first king of Numenor. Oh, it's a long season. We'll find out later.
No, you won't.
Dude, this is so much of it is like technical or expositional. It's just like if someone said like, "Oh, I love Elrond," it's like, what about his character are you enjoying so far? What have you gained from listening to him? He's like, you could argue he's relatively savvy on trying to make people chill about stuff. He just seems like he just wants people to calm down and be
He's
chill.
not very good at stopping Guy Ladriel from seeing the manager, though.
Yes.
You are my friend. I want to speak to Gilgalad. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Did you
I
ever
really got the impression she cared about him?
You ever get the idea they were friends? Sorry, MauLer.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Not at all. Not even a little bit.
Not at all.
But I
Yellow flag.
Oh no. Gary Rudd.
He's got a belt. Yeah, he's got a belt. The black belt in special needs. We love it.
Wow.
Special Olympics.
Yeah.
He has a right. This is the beauty of this country. You can be as wrong as you want to be and voice your opinion. It's cool. It's fine. Yellow Flash. Hail Yellow Flash. Go check out his channel. Great guy right there. We love Yellow Flash. But I like
that's enough about Lofty Pixels for the day.
Yeah, I like the audience, and that's the last time I'm bringing it up. Hey, because oh my god!
I love the picture they put for this. This is amazing.
Seems so corporate.
Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
corporate now.
corporate Gary.
San Francisco.
He's all
Walking out of a
proper.
restaurant right there. My wife took that picture.
We're in the multiverse of madness. This is where it could have all gone. Gary could be this very friendly Twitter official. He's like,
Oh my
hey, Rings of
god.
Power was real neat. It was
Real neat, guys.
Real good.
Real neat.
Suspend your disbelief. Turn your brain off.
Check out my goodie bag that I got from Amazon.
I got a Gil-galad coaster. I got a film rond condom.
I got an Elron fanny pack.
Yes, and you would have to be in a coma to enjoy this.
Okay, I have a normie
I got
question.
50% off having my child mutilated for gender assignment surgery.
Gary, I have a normie question about Rings of Power.
Sure.
Okay. When Galadriel, when she's she's being forced to go to Valinor or whatever, like the elven beautiful lands. I don't understand, like, isn't this whole thing about elves reincarnating? So like her brother is supposed to have died. So wouldn't he technically reincarnate in Valinor? And then when she's going there on the boat, wouldn't technically she be able to like board a boat and come back because the gate is still open? Like it's not.
Well, they don't make that clear. So we have to judge it on the merits of the show, which they never explained. So no.
That's why I'm so confused.
Yeah. There's a big there's a Ragnarok battle at the end of everything. There's the final battle. But the reason she's going on that boat, of course, in the show is a punishment, but she is in the books, she gets exiled by the Valinor, by the Valar. And she doesn't want to go back. She's like, I want to rule my own little fiefdom in Middle Earth, and she wanted to explore. That's why she was fine with it. And it was part of the Noldor, the Oath of Feanor, and there was a rebellion, and it was over the Cimmerals of Morgoth, and yeah, it's so the reason they're sending her back is a punishment in the show. It's to get rid of her. They say it's for her own good, but Gil-galad comes off as duplicitous, which is fucking unbelievable. Like it's
weird,
totally unbelievable. And Elrond, just being in on it and going, oh yeah, okay. It was stupid. And so I guess some people were questioning why she jumped off the boat.
I mean, I was, because I was like, why would you jump?
Deliberately jumped off the boat.
She's mentally retarded.
She's an idiot. Yeah, she should know that would kill her. So it is weird.
Yeah. She wasn't in some trance or anything like that. She looked at her knife. She chose. Yeah, she chose to leave.
And that's why I was confused, because I was like, well, if gates open, you would think she would still go through and then come back.
What the showrunners will say, well, that will mirror her deciding to be fine with exile, basically. So they're going to say like, well, we're kind of being true to Tolkien there, because in the spirit of it, she didn't want to go back anyway. So that's bullshit. I mean, that's where it's just, it's not even an Easter egg. It's not even a fucking Easter egg. In the Tolkien lore, I said in my review, you could strip it all. You could strip it all. And this is a shitty TV show. It tells us nothing.
But there's a massive difference between wanting to stay and jumping into an ocean hundreds of miles away from where you want to be.
And what was up with the women that were just there to take people's clothes off? Like I don't.
Oh yeah, did they get raptured?
Yeah.
Were they okay?
I was like, what? Why are these women here? Is this a cult? Like they're just there to take off the armor of these people, and then they're like,
they worked on the boat. They just go back on the boat. I have no idea.
Why didn't the boat just go back?
Problem.
That's what I'm saying.
If she was like, because the problem is, if we discover, because that's actually a really good point, about the dresser people, because they didn't get the reward, right? So where are they going? Are they going back, or are they going forward and then back? Because if the reality is she could have stayed on for an extra 10 minutes, landed, and been like, okay, so I'm gonna go back now. Bye, guys.
Exactly.
I guess it wouldn't have been as epic.
No. I mean,
I got a picture to share.
And we don't know, like
of the boat. Legit. Look,
oh
they're
my
all-
god.
We're in a look at that fucking plastic armor.
Dude, that armor looked like
armor is so ugly.
God, it was so fucking ugly. X-Ray Girl and I were talking about it last night. How terrible these costumes were. It's unbelievable how bad these are.
Yeah, the elves look terrible. Like they
just look like women. They just all look like women.
Yeah, and humans.
Listen, I'm not a pirate or any ship person, but does the ship look kind of bland and simplistic?
Yes.
Shouldn't there be more going on for a fucking ship? Or is it just me?
Everything looks bland and weird,
Particularly
especially the elven
Morphin
stuff.
Clark who looks very bland indeed.
Hey,
The
she's
elven
smiling there.
Too bad she couldn't do that like during the show.
Wow, are you telling the lady to smile more?
Smile more.
I'm telling her to fucking have some emote other than bitch face.
Well, be careful, because in the Marvel universe, men get punched immediately when they say stuff like that.
but I'm not a man, so I can say whatever I want.
Well, it looks like at least
That's your eternal misogynism.
Amazon's
Yeah.
Middle Earth is as miserable as Disney's Marvel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
This would be quite a cool place to go to. Well, Jackson's anyway, but this is no, this is just full of miserable cows.
I will say this. I was very disappointed in the Persian Girl and Don Lemonor because I fell asleep from their story. And I was
Everyone did.
Everybody
did.
the fuck? Like that literally that whole storyline put me to sleep. And I was so excited to finally see myself on screen. And then finally I was on screen and then I fell asleep over it. But I thought Disa was all right.
She was she spoke her dialogue. Like let's not go crazy. Okay.
But she put like some emotion.
Yeah, she wasn't the worst thing in it, but like
Yeah.
it was just really basic. Hi, welcome to dinner. Oh, they're always after me, Lucky Charm. Blah, 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 blah.
But she was like, at least she had something going. Like she was passionate about the role versus like everybody else just phoning it in and like just being dead and like dead face and like.
Yeah,
You
but I
have
think
not
it really
seen
just
what
stood
I
out
have
to the
seen.
blandness of our activists from Haddad. Every time like Don Lemonlass came up to her and said something, she went. Like how many times does she breathe in and look away? And then I was like, soap opera music to come in. I'm like, oh god! And then Galadriel does it one time. After Elrond says, the how many orc heads do you want? The point of your blade. She goes. The overacting is just.
It's just so bad.
It's so bad. And like there's a lot of the
You okay, ass?
That's her.
He's having a seizure.
Yeah, she did look like she was having an aneurysm with and she does it again later with Halbrand. Remember, she chews out Halbrand. She chews him out for abandoning his friends, and bitch fucking swam away too.
Abandoning his friends. What's he gonna do against the worm? You fucking dumb cunt.
She swam away too.
You fucking
Yeah, well, to be fair,
fair,
for all she knows,
more.
he did say, like, as he was going away, for all she knows, he was like, jump on, people, jump on. They just got, like, who knows what happened? She couldn't have heard that shit. She was getting, like, she was underwater and thrashing around.
And
but her friends,
swam
his
away.
friends, by the way, that pushed her into the ocean because she's an elf.
Listen, they all had to die because the writers only wanted them in there for the action scenes. They
come
didn't give a shit about
No,
them all.
not for the action scene. They all had to die because they want like they just wanted that woman of color to be like, oh, she's amazing, let's help her, and then all of a sudden be like, no, fucking
She's
bitch.
a woman.
Pointy-eared elf bitch.
So the black woman was a racist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, remember,
was.
She-Hulk, the leader of
She
the Rapers,
was.
was a black guy as well.
Yeah.
She was terrible.
Remember when Halbrand said looks can be deceiving?
Looks
Yeah.
can be deceiving.
Remember when
great
Halbrand
line.
went like this? And I was like,
yeah.
what?
It was very necessary.
Scoop of water.
It was very
Did any water
necessary.
come
The
out of his hand
storytelling.
when he did
Like
that? though?
duck lip to
Yes,
the
it did.
result.
It was. I was like I would usually like if Legolas had done that, I would be like, oh yes. But this, I was like, no.
He's
I'm
not the main.
doing
I know a lot of people are bringing that up. He's not the main character in the Fellowship. He's not the fucking main character. And if anybody goes back to Peter Jackson's trilogy to go, well, this to justify this piece of shit, just remember 11 Academy Awards, 3 Best Picture nominations. Ian McKellen was nominated for Best Supporting Actor. A bunch of other actors should have been nominated. It was the dominant franchise for 3 years. Greatest trilogy ever made. And this is a forgettable, giant billion-dollar piece of trash that doesn't even look as good as those movies did 20 fucking years ago. So save it. Just fucking save it. We've been through this. This ain't our first fucking rodeo. People tried to do this with the original trilogy and Last Jedi and fucking Star Trek Discovery and the original series of Star Trek, which was made in 1966 with cardboard, and it was better. Yeah,
I fucking dude.
But Gary, they're setting her up to become a better Galadriel in the long run.
As you know as well as I, does she have a character arc this season?
No.
This is her character arc, you guys.
She gets picked up by the Numenorians. They take her to Numenor. She gets put in she goes to Muriel. Says, help me. Muriel's just like, no. They put her in a prison. She escaped. Put her in a prison because they're exiling her from Numenor. And then she escapes when they're trying to escort her back to a boat. And then for some reason, Muriel just goes, okay, let's go back and fight the orcs together. And then she goes, fights the orcs. The volcano erupts. That's where you get all the Cheeto stuff.
Will she bang Sauron?
No, she gets the Cheeto stuff. Muriel gets blinded. Wears a blindfold to convince people that she's not blind.
What?
No, you heard right. You heard right.
You heard they go back to Numenor. Well, they go to craft something special with the mithril. You know, there's mithril shit going on. And in discovering the mithril, they wake up the Balrog. And then they take the mithril and like, we need to craft something special. And they're like, a crown. And like, it's too big. Maybe some sort of jewelry. And that's when Sauron, hey baby, introduces himself. Basically, you know,
that's what he says. Hey, baby.
Halbrand was like, you know, I know you want to stick my kook, but I'm a little bit of bad boy. You know what I'm saying? And then Galadriel recommends making 3 rings.
Galadriel recommends the rings.
That's a very basic outline of these further 6 episodes.
She's in a giant like pitch battle at the end.
Don't bang.
You know, because it's totally not supposed to make you think of Return of the King and then bring the Balrog back, and it's fucking repurposed shit. It's all.
I think the orc fight with the volcano explosion is episode 5 out of 8.
So that'll be the Balrog that Gandalf eventually kills. Then same one.
Yes.
Is Gandalf the retarded one that's landed?
We may never know. He doesn't get to speak until the final bit, the final episode.
I don't know. It's really, I mean, it's just bad storytelling. If you had Gandalf and you wanted to draw people into your first season, you would call him Gandalf at some point, which they do not. They do not.
Is it a rights thing? Did you say?
I think it is. I think
he is a wizard. He confirms that he is a wizard at the end of this first series, but no name.
I was gonna say, because I never know if it's a rights thing or not. But like when we were talking about it on EFAB, I was like, how come they didn't show us the fight with Morgoth and his death? Were they not allowed?
They're not allowed to show Morgoth.
Cannot show anything from the first age. They can refer to it, but they can't show it.
So they can talk about it, but they can't show it. Wow. But can they be metaphorical?
Yeah, they just can't show like they don't have rights to the first age, so they have to keep it within whatever is mentioned in the appendices, and then whatever they can work out with Warner Brothers, because Warner Brothers is probably a big thorn in their side right now, I imagine.
Dude, could you imagine the meetings with it? Like how specific they probably get to, like, you know, can we show the sword? It's like, no. The hilt? No. The shine of the blade? Yes.
Yeah. You can only show it for like, and if people, this you guys know, you're not dumb. This happens all the time. So you can only show like for 3 seconds or 5 seconds on screen. We'll do that. That's fine. We're okay. Just stay within, you know, stay in your lane, basically. Stay in your appendices lane. And
oh my God.
That's why they were forced Well, they'll probably feel they were forced to write something original, but the truth of the matter is, J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay got the job because they were just willing to do whatever Amazon wanted to do. And
Bend over.
Any creative with any kind of integrity would not want to touch this fucking project. Neil Gaiman out there, you think Neil Gaiman watched this and liked it? Do you actually like what? No.
This is the same reason nobody wants to work with Disney and Star Wars now, Lucasfilm. Like everyone's like, we don't want to touch this fucking IP. If you had any respect for yourself, you wouldn't want to touch that shit.
Kevin Feige's out there trying to take advantage of the Batgirl directors getting fired, going, "Oh, we love these guys," but we all know how people get treated at Marvel. And up until the movie got canceled, they were saying they were having a very good experience at Warner Brothers. They were kind of letting them do what they want. Then everybody got fired, and Zaslav came in with the axe.
It says, I have a blue check mark now. I declare Lofty correct, and Rings of Power is 9 out of 10.
It is 12 out of 10. You don't understand. You don't understand how great it is. That's already hang on, let's find that Daily Beast article.
Oh my gosh.
I wonder why the Access Media is completely dying right now. It is just a one. Oh, that's the air. Oh, I not get it. Hang on.
Okay, here's another meme while you're finding that. Hail Legion of Memers. So there's that, and then look, it's Gary. That's funny.
We'll get to Elon in a second. This Daily Beast article. I just saw the headline. I was like, oh God. I mean, it's totally gaslighting, but whatever. The Lord of the Rings of Power is actually as good as everyone hoped. Who's everyone?
Who's everyone?
Yep.
Seriously,
Definitely not Bezos, because he's fucking mad. He's pissed right now.
And their hope levels, man, catastrophic. That's what your hope brought you. Like
it's cool.
Next pick, The Rings of Power is the sweeping Lord of the Rings fantasy. They always say sweeping or cinematic. That puts House of the Dragon to shame. What? Oh,
what world are they living in?
But House of the Dragon has characters.
No, but this is interesting now because now they're just like, how dare they like House of the Dragon? The people are liking House of the Dragon. Oh, it's going to get interesting.
And can we mention what an underdog too? House of the Dragon had to pick up for its older, shittier brother, while Rings of Power was starting from a baseline. Like,
House of the Dragon is a second son. Like, it is. Yeah, straight up.
But if you be honest, because I haven't seen it, so I'm just going by what I've heard. But if you take Matt Smith out of House of the Dragon, what have you got?
Till this
actually have plenty. Paddy Constantine for one.
Paddy's pretty good. He's much better his performance evolves. They do stuff. I noticed it last night because I was watching. I'm gonna do my review. Like they crawl back his hairline for episodes. So he's wearing this wig and they crawl back his hairline to show the passing of time. They don't tell you the passing of time. They like give you hints so you could figure it out. Like somebody's pregnant, then they're not pregnant anymore. So that they treat the audience like adults. And
his performance, I would argue he was the standout of episode 3, not
yes.
I was about to say Matt Damon.
Damon Targaryen.
Yeah. Matt Smith was as great as usual. We were all very much a fan, but it's just I was surprised with Paddy has like a bit of a monologue and it's really, really good.
He's great, and Matt Damon only speaks 2 sentences. Matt Damon Targaryen. I'm just gonna
fuck it.
Matt Damon Targaryen has 2 sentences in the beginning of the episode and his final scene, which is pretty badass. Doesn't say a word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which you didn't need to. I mean, like you definitely got a vibe.
We didn't have somebody walking up to going. This is Matt Damon Targaryen, the second son of. Oh my God, what was his dad's name? Balon.
Commander of the Northern Armies.
Balon, who died, who was the son of Jaehaerys, who was the heir to the throne, but not the heir to the throne anymore. And he rides the dragon Caraxes. We don't have people describing that shit all the time.
How How do you feel, character? I feel this way, and I wish to do this. There you go, character.
And I'm not saying it's the greatest show ever made. It's just it's an oasis in a sea of absolute shit. That's all. And it could suck later on. We'll find out.
If it goes to shit, me, Chad, and Gary will let you know instantly on that weekly stream, right?
But to call it puts House of the Dragon to shame. It's astonishing. And this person reports on media and they get paid. Whoa. That it only cost $460 million to make. Is he being sarcastic here? Which is coincidentally half of the rent of a New York apartment. Okay. In the aftermath of Jackson's Hobbit, it appeared that Tolkien's Middle-earth franchise had, in terms of screen adaptations, run its course. Hobbit's looking pretty fucking good right now, by the way. The Rings of Power puts the lie to such notions. Well, there was definitely a thirst for Middle-earth, for Lord of the Rings. It's been 20 years. People remember the original trilogy fondly. This is normal. This is normal in pop culture. That's why they had a 20-year anniversary for Star Wars, the original trilogy. It was fucking massive. Those movies made a lot of money. There was lines out the door for those movies because the 20-year rule. I've talked about it before. Returning to the author's universe with a flair and ferocity that proves instantly enchanting. This guy's on drugs. It crafts its characters and kingdoms, including the subterranean realm of the dwarves, which assured grace, cleanly and engagingly delineating their personalities and dynamics while indulging in majestic panoramas. And Amazon wrote this for this motherfucker, didn't he? And aerial zooms across hillsides and mountaintops. The aerial zooms led to people talking in a room or people talking in front of a green screen. There was no grandness or epicness to this at all.
All the like aerial zooms, especially of again, like the heavenly places of the elven world and stuff. There was no there was nothing ethereal about anything going on. There was nothing special. It was just very, very basic stuff that looked very human. I didn't get the grandness of it. I was like,
I didn't think it was going to be that bad.
From the moment you enter the room with the smashing the rocks thing till the moment they exit it, what did we gain? It's like we saw the actual thing happen. We had it explained to us. Elrond gives up on it. It's like, what else is there? It's like, well, you get one line of dialogue. The dog may bark at the moon, but he cannot bring it down. What the fuck does that mean?
I thought that they might have been like, experimenting together in college or something. Because that guy was really upset about, Elrond missing his wedding and his kids and all that stuff.
Don't you remember the night that you touched my cock?
Hey man, if you said the guy's talk, you go to the wedding. Okay.
Thought it meant something to you.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, this is a lover's quarrel between Nikita and Doogie Elrond.
Oh my god.
So Elon
just
came out.
Nick's at Bible camp to not defend himself. That's why you say these things.
Yeah. I'm gonna roast the shit out of him while he's not here.
Oh my god.
Well, it's the nose. Come on, it's the nose. At Anime Matsuri, somebody came cosplaying as Nick Rekieta. It was just a giant fucking nose.
Oh my god, I saw that. Oh, it was so good.
So good. So Elon comes out. We got more articles. The articles are unbelievable. The cope is unbelievable. By the way, Tolkien fans, you are fucking winning. You are kicking their ass. It is not even close. This is this puts The Last Jedi to shame. Yes, like to shame. That was a good backlash. We tried. I don't think there's any quote unquote Mandalorian coming for this show to come and lure fans back. I mean,
Gary, I was looking at some of the comments in some of these posts, like the ones from the Hollywood Reporter and all the stuff. And some of them, like, there's a lot of blue check marks being like, this show's absolute shit. Like, there's a lot of people, like actual people, who are like, this is awful.
There's one blue check mark.
Yeah, but a lot of them are like, just regular people. They're not YouTubers. They're just like, regular people.
No,
like, this is fucking awful. Like, what was this?
There's some guy out there who used to be, I think he was, Screen Rant, Screen Junkies, one of the things. and he roasted it. But at the end, he had to put the caveat on. But I wanted to like it because all these people who just made their lives to hate this show. I don't know how many times I got to say.
Oh, you fucking idiot! Did he just not? He had the point all the way through, and then he fucking
Almost
missed
to the
the
end.
point right at the end.
Right at the end. Right at the end.
Yeah.
Didn't stick the landing.
No, but he like criticizing it, means he knew why people were not going to be happy with this. They knew what was coming, and therefore they put their critiques there. And then at the end, it's like, but because they did their critiques, I don't like, I really wanted to like it. So
Yeah.
I go, oh, fuck off.
But at least and Grace said the same thing initially when she was talking about the trailer back in February. She's like, I just want to like because people hate it.
I heard she doesn't like the show. Is that true?
She doesn't like some aspect. Yeah, she didn't like it, but for some of the worst reasons. So there's some really good reasons, and there's some really Grace reasons. We'll just say.
But then she complained that there was no LGBT fucking. Well, I mean, I could disagree with you on that.
I think I disagree. I think
but
I disagree hard.
The devout Catholic guy didn't put any LGBT representation in his fucking shit from 50, 60 years ago. Now this shocks me.
I mean,
I'm shocked.
It is shocked.
I don't know. I feel like Calibrimbor is definitely rainbow practice.
Calibrimbor, he's taking all the boys to the yard.
Yeah.
Yep.
With his smock.
With his fucking curtain dress.
Yeah, dude.
My green
Come with me, boys.
smock brings the boys to the yard, and I'm like, it's better than yours.
So Elon says Tolkien is turning in his grave. He is spinning. It's a turbine. He can power countries right now. Almost every male character so far is a coward, a jerk, or both. Yeah. Yep. Only Galadriel is brave. Okay. In the show, in the context of the show, yes. Smart, nope. No.
The only man that was like somewhat nice was her brother, and then he died in like 5 minutes.
No, her brother was Simple Jack.
But I mean, he was at least nice to her.
There's a fucking rock, and the rock looks down, but a rock is different from a boat, because a boat looks up.
Dude, that shouldn't have even been a conversation.
Fucking up, and how does a rock look down, you fucking retard?
That shouldn't have even been a conversation, because in the first 5 minutes they make the entire elven beautiful place look like a fucking human schoolyard from like the modern times, and I'm like, what is happening? These are elves, and they don't even look like elves. It's fucking it's a trip. But I just think that her brother was at least like somewhat nice to her, like,
and then he went out screaming and crying like a bitch,
and then he died.
He couldn't even die heroically. They had him just going.
But apparently he didn't even die in that battle. Like apparently,
not in the lore. No,
not in the lore.
No, not on the show either.
But not in the show either. But they made it seem like he died in that battle in the show. But then, as you're listening to it, you're like, he didn't die in the battle.
Yeah, I'm with you, because they say that he hunted down Sauron. Sauron killed him first, so he clearly didn't die when they showed that shot of him.
But they didn't show us how he died, so I was like,
are they not allowed to?
Isn't that kind of important?
In the beginning, I think you can allude to that it looked like a werewolf scratched him up.
I would have liked to seen that in this $20 million episode. Like, wouldn't that like at least give us a shot? I don't know.
Yeah, you're undershooting that a little bit.
They wish it was 20 million an episode.
It's not
how much was it? An episode?
60 million. 60.
So in 60 million an episode, you couldn't give me like a fucking shot of a werewolf like scratching this guy or whatever. Like who fuck?
No. You got an explanation of what a rock does with itself.
That's what you get. What you paid for.
They said that Finrod got fridged, and he did.
Wow.
Yeah, but they're not going to complain about that because it's a guy. Who cares?
Because it's a guy. Yeah. Imagine if that was a girl laying there and they marked her body. Oh my goodness, we can't do that. This is why storytelling is fucking dead.
Well, yeah, and the thing, by the way, for the record, I think fridging is kind of bullshit. But like, if you want to be consistent, in applying it,
exactly. I think too, and it was made up by Gail Simone, who ate a fridge.
Oh
So.
yeah. Sorry, I realize fucking English language. When I say it's bullshit, I mean the concept. I think it's fine to have some. Yeah, I don't mean that it's bad to fridge a character, quote unquote. When a fucking person dies, people who care about them will be motivated to do something. That's just how it works. You don't have to fucking make a whole. The whole idea for a lot of writers is like they have to die and it has to be meaningful on its own. It can't be meaningful just to another person or something. So like like Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen, like people be like they were fridged.
Yeah,
like, shut up. That's not stupid.
Somebody in the chat just said, remember, we got the Rock explanation twice. Because when she's on the boat to Valinor, remember, that's her inspiration is fucking Simple Jack's rock talk.
It's like the stone sinks, the boat floats.
Do you know what it feels like, Gary? It feels like this was written by two fucking retards who couldn't get a credit on Star Trek Beyond.
It does.
But and that's what I was talking about on my own review, is that like when you set up that scene in the very like first minutes of the show, and you're trying to say that she got bullied or whatever because you want to show that she had adversity growing up. I was thinking like you could have done something where she's training in magic or whatever she's training in, even if it's swords play, like whatever you want her to be training in, you could have had that, and then she's like kind of like going against the other people
she's athletic. She is like the most powerful female elf. I mean, without the ring, without name.
Right.
She is physically equal to men. She's 6'4". She's super athletic. But she wasn't fucking slaying orcs. She was royalty. She would train in that kind of stuff, but she wouldn't go out and pitch fucking battles. Mm-hmm. She was part of the rebellion, but we don't know. She wasn't part of the kinslaying. It's pretty vague. And
like not reading
that, but they didn't. So
when you're a normie, someone like me, like, and you haven't read the Silmarillion, and you have your basis of like, let's say the Peter Jackson trilogy, and you have this image of Galadriel in your mind where they're talking about in the Fellowship before seeing her, like that she's so powerful that she can get in your thoughts and your mind. So you have this kind of like image of her being very powerful, maybe kind of like a psychic. So you could have.
So you can peer. She can peer in the mind. She doesn't need the ring to do that. She's had that power.
Right. So you can like show stuff like that. Like that's what she's training in the first like 5 minutes, and then something with her to do with the waters or the elements and training and blah blah blah. And then you can tie that to her being on the boat like later on. If you wanted to actually set up something from the beginning to like the end of your like the second episode, but they didn't do anything.
Well, they're pedestrian. I mean, this is just. I don't know. Pedestrian will be an insult to pedestrian. This is just basic bitch writing. Like, I can't believe they spent 2 years on this. That is, I think they spent more time on the water tank and her fucking swimming in those useless scenes that meant, like, how did that move the story forward at all? Was it necessary? They could have condensed that whole fucking scene down to 2 or 3 minutes. It was just, there was a bunch of useless filler in here.
Because if people want to say, well, no, because look, fuck my ass, mouth, and tits. You have been on a mission to find Sauron for hundreds of years. You've been called back home to say, look, war is over. Time to rest. Time to put up your sword. You get put on a boat to Valinor to go home. To titles and land and whatever, milk and honey, and you're just about to enter Valinor. You jump into the ocean, and you just happen to come across Sauron.
See, I was just wondering, like, I'll wait for the season to be over to see if they justify that, but I'm assuming they won't.
No,
they do not. No,
I thought that they would have given her some foresight or something. Like, okay. She has this elven foresight that when I jump into the water, I'm going to run into someone that I'm going to like, some sort of vision or something that tells her that.
You're thinking too much. This is bad reboot writing. These are the people. These are the same people. These are the same people who had Michael Burnham in space just randomly run across a fucking spaceship and bump into it.
No, Gary, they had Mikey Burnham, go through a wormhole in time, because they needed to get rid of the suit, and there was no other way. Go through the portal into time, hit a spaceship, and then say fucking auto fucking move on the bloody suit of armor.
No.
So they could have put an autopilot on the armor to fucking fly it through the thing.
We're talking about Star Trek Discovery Season 3 and
I haven't seen
Iron Man suit that Mikey Burnham has that can just magically travel in time and also take like an entire church full of 300 people somehow to another planet 50,000 light years away. But yeah, she goes through a wormhole, accidentally bumps into a ship, then crashes to a planet, somehow survives crashing into a planet, and then she's
an independent woman.
Sends her suit away.
Yeah, she puts the autopilot and auto destruct on the suit. You could have just fucking put it out of an airlock and blown the fucking thing up, then you dipshit.
I wish she had blown herself up.
Well, this is that dumb.
No, it's a better
It's
idea.
that dumb. And it's also a big coincidence. A bad reboot disciple who writes this, Alex Kurtzman. So that's another guy who learned at the feet of
but Gary,
Jar Jar Abrams.
She jumps into the ocean.
Yep.
The first person that comes along on a raft is fucking Sauron. Everyone else on the raft gets killed, so it's just her and Sauron. She tells Sauron to attach himself to her as she wraps herself around a mast, then immediately gets blasted into the ocean, unconscious, and starts sinking because she's got a weight on her.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sauron is like, I'm going to go save her.
Mm-hmm. But then she ends up saving him because she like pulls him back on the raft. Which, what the fuck was that raft still there?
Why is Sauron saving her?
Because he wants to bang her ass. Come on now.
It's actually genuinely going to be a great question that the rest of the season has the fucking responsibility to answer, but somehow I don't feel like I'm going to get it.
It's because they want to bang. I'm telling you. Well, he wants to bang her, and maybe he's just not into like necro stuff yet. How is the plank still there? Like after they jump off?
Okay. Oh,
don't remind me of the First Order. How rude.
Yeah.
How rude. It's ridiculous. So why does it? Yeah, that he saves her only for her to save him.
Yeah. She saved him.
No, it's all repurposed, and it's repurposing within repurposing. Somebody mentioned Baron and Luthien, which is supposed to be Aragorn and Arwen. So they steal that thunder with Don Lemonloss and our activist from Harad. Harad. I got
that was really Middle Eastern.
Harad. Roll your R's, people.
Harad.
Sounds smarter to roll your R's. Makes you sound more Tolkienian.
Hazadum.
Hazadum. Yeah, the dwarves look fine. Everybody's like,
I like the dwarves.
If it was just that, like I don't like Avatar. I just don't like it. I don't think it's a good movie. Pretty, it's really pretty, but I don't like it. I think it's a very hollow, shallow movie. And it's still better than this, by the way, 1,000 times better than this. I'd rather watch Avatar 100 times more than watch this shit.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I don't go to I don't watch TV shows and films. It's nice production value, good production value, awesome costumes. Those are good things to have. But if we have people talking fucking gibberish for 2 hours, I don't care.
I know.
And it is gibberish.
Well, the dwarf scenes and the dwarf city and stuff I really enjoy, but it made me think about how I would have I would like a separate series, like not Lord of the Rings. I just realized that I would like to see a series about dwarves, like has nothing to do with Lord of the Rings.
Don't give me any ideas.
It was fun.
For the people who don't think Halbrand is Sauron, I'm going to read you something from episode 8.
Sauron.
Galadriel confronts Halbrand because his story doesn't check out that he was the king of the Southern Lands. And this is the response. He says, I have been awake since before the breaking of the first silence. In that time, I have had many names. And then he vanishes.
Has he been called Bob?
In Twin Peaks.
Bob?
In Twin Peaks.
Maybe.
It was actually Sauron
Gerald.
all along.
I know he's been called Gerald.
It was Sauron all along.
Bass player 2011 IFI says, if you want to know what happens to Finrod, go read Baron and Luthien, and while you're at it, read The Children of Hurin. Both are great stories from the First Age, and I do believe the latter is, if you get the audiobook, read by Christopher Lee, the late great Christopher Lee. Do it.
His name is Jeff Bezos.
His name.
I feel like they should have made it illegal for Christopher Lee to die, and that might have stopped it, you know? But they never did.
I hope so.
I think he would have.
I mean, it would have been nice.
At the age of 89, didn't he live to 90? He would have kicked the shit out of everybody on this set.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He would have outacted everyone on the set, no doubt.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
So Elon Musk comes out, says Tolkien is turning in his grave, and this was like right after like the full-on Access Media assault. We had the Hollywood Reporter not only calling racist Tolkien fans racist, but maybe alluding to Tolkien being racist. And it's just the same old song and dance. And
you get a racism, and you get a
racism. So he says Tolkien is turning in his grave. Also, smart and nice. Okay, we don't think Galadriel's smart and nice. And he says 90% of my comments are bots. Then he throws this in there.
I like how he's trying to make the case about the bots thing. That's funny.
Oh,
of, his.
He's trying to take out two right now.
Yeah,
Amazon and Twitter. I think Twitter's much more vulnerable, right?
He's using his meme power.
Yeah.
And then he responded to the Daily Wire today with this. So he's on it. He's watching somebody's videos. He's reading something somewhere. Those who claim any criticism of the Rings of Power means you're a racist are outing themselves as closet racists. Gee, who's been saying that for years?
I wonder.
Mm-hmm.
But good for Elon. Welcome to the fellowship. Like I said.
Yay! Welcome to the fellowship,
Welcome
Elon.
here. More than welcome. And how many followers does he have? Oh, I guess I can
Like
look. 105 million. So that's pretty good reach there. That's a pretty good reach there. I like it. So I'm loving this. This has been, it's hard to keep track of. There's so much stuff going on, and I'm not getting a lot of sleep because I'm just reading all this shit all day, and it's laughing my ass off and having a good time. Amazon did this to themselves. I have no sympathy. It's just creatives taking a job. Sure. And they could go out on their press tours and just answer questions about the show. But obviously they were coached. They were coached by Amazon to gaslight. That's all they had. And when you have to lead with that, like we saw this with the Eternals too. Did we hear a lot of talk about like, oh, we love Kirby. We just wanted to, do a giant love letter to Jack Kirby. So we took the one property that we felt that's all they had to do. But no, it was all about representation.
Dude.
Kevin Feige said that this is the one team that we could just race and gender swap everybody.
If you talk to the right person in those interviews, you'd be like, "You love Kirby?" They'd be like, "Yeah, Nintendo's great." I've like, oh, wait a minute.
Let's just think about the statement that Kevin Feige made that, oh, this is the one team where it's okay to just race and gender swap everybody. Think about that.
He
nobody
said
knows it. Nobody knows it. So we're going to race it because it's not important.
Yeah, he said we're going to take lesser known characters so we can basically do what we want. Yeah.
Bigotry of low expectations. It's exactly what it is. So that's exactly what Elon is talking about. And that's what they did with Disa. And by the way, is Aaron Deere the only EOC?
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
Yeah, because we have a whole bunch of those Harfoots that are, I think, intermingling. But other than that, no.
Well, the Harfoots aren't elves, though.
I know, but I'm saying other than that, I think that's the only one that I've seen so far.
How much?
Hello, welcome to Numenor next week.
Right? Yeah. And it's slow. It is slow. We get Guy Ladriel with all her titles next week, right? We get I am Guy Ladriel.
Galadriel of the Commander
Breaker
of the
of
Northern
Chains,
Armies.
Mother of Elves.
Mother, Breaker of Chains, yeah.
Dragon Slayer.
Yeah, Dragon.
Do you remember
this week we get the Elf
Master
of
of
Color
Dragons.
in chains this week.
Do you remember
Oh, damn.
back in
That's
the day when she said that in Game of Thrones, people were like, "Ah, that was pretty cool." And then when the name got longer, it's like, "Okay, it's still pretty cool." And then eventually it was like, "Shut the fuck up."
Yes.
Just like,
I
stop
felt like
saying-
that when I was reading the book because it was like a fucking paragraph every other sentence, and I was like, I get it. I understand her title. I don't need it to read it anymore.
How much do you want to bet that Guy Ladriel's dagger will end up being Sting? I can't imagine. They wouldn't want to subvert Tolkien's most iconic blade. William Owens for $10. They're trying to repurpose a lot. I don't think they'll go that far, although who knows. But
yeah, don't speak too soon there, Gary. You never know.
You never know. But Guy Ladriel hunting Sauron, if you connect this, if you actually try to connect this to the Third Age, undoes a lot of the story. Oh, because a girl did it first. You know, that famous, the girl has to do it first. We have female Frodo basically being the point where Gandalf, not Gandalf, likes hobbits. Like, it's going to be her. It's not going to be just the general goodness of hobbits or Bilbo or what's up. Hey, you want a link, dude?
Critical drinker.
You want a link, brother? Probably just hanging out, but I'm going to send it anyway.
I can send it.
Have to. Thank you.
You know, you're saying that they always have to make sure a girl was like the origin or whatever. Do you remember in Captain Marvel where they were like, she's the reason they're called the Avengers?
Yep.
It's like, fuck off.
What?
Oh, yeah. Wasn't
No.
she Carol? Karen, I was going to say Karen.
Karen Danvers.
Karen.
Carol Avenger Danvers or something.
Yeah, that was her
call sign.
call sign,
Oh,
yeah. And then Fury is like, wow, what a great call sign. I should call the group that I have an idea called the Initiative the Avengers.
Oh, I
Which,
forgot that.
by the way, makes her the first Avenger.
Yep.
Not Cap.
Not Cap.
No.
So if this happens, like everything, if it happens in isolation, whatever, but this is just a repeated theme. We're going to have a prequel. We're going to have it star a female lead, and we're going to have her do all the stuff that that she will be the predecessor of the male lead, and she'll end up doing all the stuff that like Captain Kirk with Mikey Spock does later. But she does it first, and she does it better. And they did it with Star Trek. They did it kind of backwards with Star Wars. They really did it with Doctor Who. I mean, they like absolutely rewrote the entire history of the show to do that. So it's happening over and over. They rewrote Westworld. All the accomplishments of Dr. Ford, not anymore.
Hey, Gary, what's Doctor Who's universe looking like at the minute?
Gay.
Destroyed.
Hey.
Hi.
What up?
Welcome, man.
It's a pleasure to be here. This is a bit unplanned, but yeah, man, I just saw you ragging on Rings of Power, so I had to be involved.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, I was even more racist.
Gary just wanted to get one of his blue checkmark friends in. That's what he wanted to do.
Yeah. One of
nepotism.
us.
Nepotism. Ridiculous.
Yes, that's right.
I'm jealous.
Congratulations on the tick, man. Well done.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. I never thought I'd get in a million years. So, hey, I haven't talked to you about the Rings of Power. You saw it. What'd you think?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, I gave it like a 4 out of 10 overall so far. I think I was being slightly generous, but you know, I want to reserve judgment until I've seen it all. But man, there's just so many things about it that boil my piss. It's just the perfect distillation of everything that, you know, modern writers do with legacy properties. everything has to be about like, a girl did it first or better or whatever. It's I get the same vibe from this that I got from Kenobi, where it's like you're trying to like rewrite history now that Princess Leia was involved in everything secretly and just no one talked about it. It's like, Galadriel was involved in all this battle and all these great conflicts and stuff as an axe swinging warrior. We just never knew about it before. It's just rewriting history, man. I hate the Harfoots. Like every time that they're on screen.
Oh my god! Oh my god! They're so dirty.
Somebody referred to them as performative theater, and that's what it feels like. It feels like a stage, and the actors come on and they overact and they over emote and.
To be sure, I don't know what you're talking about there, boyo.
Fucking mud all over my face and look like a big smelly Irish person. Okay.
I honestly, man, the bit that just broke me was when one of them said "okay," and they said it twice. Yeah. Twice they said "okay." Fuck off. This is not Middle Earth. This isn't fucking modern day California, my friends. You don't get to say stuff like that.
That's how I felt from the first 5 minutes, Drinker, when they're like, trying to sink her boat. And I was like, is this like human, like playground next door? Like, what the fuck's going on?
That it had to be a boy that had to go at her because she'd made a piece of engineering, because it's engineering, got to get girls into STEM.
Yep.
And it turns into this magical swan thing. And he's like, nah, I'm stupid and I don't like you, you stupid girl, so I'm going to sink your boat. And then she beats the shit out of him. She's about to like proper Rocky for him. And then it's only then that she gets stopped. So you have to establish her as the engineer, the thinker, the badass, the kick-ass warrior, all in one go. It's all about.
Did you like it when her brother said to her, "You're 10 years old, Galadriel"?
I've learned so many things about buoyancy and physics and stuff from that show. I thought boats floated because they displaced more water than they actually weighed, but it turns out
I thought stones looked sideways.
Yeah. The part that really baffled me is when he tells her like, "I will be around for forever." When it's like, wait, but both of you are immortal. Like, why would you say that?
It's almost like he read the script.
I know.
I've had people be like, yeah, but he's the older brother. And it's like, I don't think that matters when you last for thousands of years. Like, I don't think
I was so confused about that. And then also Celebrimborn is like so old, and I'm like, I thought elves don't really age. Like, how old is this dude?
They should really reach like just a person in their mid-20s, because that's when you kind of get to like your mature like form.
Right.
And anything beyond that is like your body slowly deteriorating as you age. And so they shouldn't really get beyond that. And I think, even having someone like Hugo Weaving in the original trilogy was pushing it a little bit, because he was like 40 odd by that
they try to make him look nice and sort of clean. And
they have an aging process, right? But they don't look, they'll never look like 90. Okay. They do have an aging process that where they'll look older over long effing crazy, if they live that long, because they could still be killed long periods of time.
I love how this show skips over things that should take a long time and then makes the really short, simple things take forever. Like when Elrond and Celebrimbor have to travel from like the Elvish capital to Moria, which is a journey probably of like days or weeks. It's like they just skip from one scene to the next and they just walk up to the front door. They don't have any supplies or anything. They're just there. It's like they just took a walk down the garden path and like, it's just next door, There
was a little airplane off by the side.
But then it's like, well, Elrond, he needs to enlist the help of the dwarves, and he needs Durin.
His ex
to win him over. And so really it all came down to Durin's a bit pissed off with him because they're a bit estranged from each other and their friendship's kind of strained as a result. That's all you needed. But instead it's like, no, we got to waste about 20 minutes with them splitting rocks for like a day or so.
Yeah, they establish how meaningful it all is, and then they're like, no, it's not actually, it's fine.
Yeah, because it's like, if you fail this contest, you're going to be exiled immediately. You have to go. If you win, then I will talk to you. And so he loses, and then he talks to him anyway. And then you get this ridiculous scene where he acts like a little a teenage girl, basically, that's been ghosted or something. And, and he's like, oh, you didn't come to my wedding, I hate you, you're so horrible. And it's so petty, it's so ridiculous. It's like a person of his age would never act like that. A person of his station would never act like that. But it's all a symptom of a show written by people with the minds of children.
I don't agree with you on that one. I think he's perfectly justified in that whole scene to rip into Elrond. Claims to be his friend, but misses all the most important parts of his life and doesn't give a shit about him until he has a proposition. That shit's manipulative.
Well, wouldn't you at least ask, like, you know, maybe he was involved in something. Maybe he's had to go and do important things. Like, who knows? I mean, like, you could at least say to him, like, what have you been doing for 20 years? Can you explain
that's
yourself?
where I would say the criticisms are actually pretty valid. I would say it's on both of them. Neither of them really go any further with that aspect of the conversation. You know, on one hand, Durin doesn't ask like, what is it then? Why did you not visit? What's going on? And Elrond didn't say like, oh, I was busy with war, I was busy with this, busy with that. He didn't. Neither of them. We just move on because it was just a delay in the episode. It wasn't meant to do anything beyond that.
I just don't think male people, male things don't get that mad like that. If you know, like they just won't pick up the phone or they'll go, fuck you, dude. And they get over it.
There wouldn't be for conflict's sake. There was no.
There wouldn't be this weird kind of emotional outburst like what he
Well,
does.
most men don't do that, Gary. But I think they're the people who are writing this show are like writing soy boy men. Like they're like, okay, this because that's who they interact with on a daily basis. So they're like,
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if that's true. If that's your frame of measure, like. Yeah, like they act like just guys who are really emotional, really like it's all about the social interactions and it's all about feeling slighted by people. This is the time that's completely different from the modern age, you know, where people have different concerns about like getting through the day-to-day grind of life. Particularly if you're like a prince of an entire kingdom, you got more important things to be dealing with. And I just cannot buy into this idea that he'd be so...
They did it so poorly. They imply that Elrond could have just walked into Khazad-dûm whenever he wanted. Like it took 5 minutes from his house, sort of thing. And the way that Elrond treats it, like, oh yeah, I'm going to go visit one of my best friends that I haven't seen in 20 years. It's like, oh, you should probably. He's probably going to be, you know. It's just there's no sense of a vibe of what that would be like. Like if you guys literally ghosted me for a month's time, I would be baffled by it. And if all you had to say in response was, "Oh, yeah, sorry, dude, I don't know."
Elrond looks surprised and confused by this. Like he almost didn't understand how much time had passed. Which, okay, you can kind of infer that if you're a basically immortal being, then 20 years is just a blink of the eye for you. But give us something, or you know, it's still a long period of time, even if you're you know comparatively long life. You know,
I would
like,
accept
what's
that
he
for
been
an
doing?
end. I don't know about that for like all the elves operate as though they're, you know, just like human. Time is linear to them. They still, you know, they're not like you know the stuff with Treebeard where he's just like we managed over these few hours to say hello. You know, that's why I could be like, oh, okay, I can see, okay. But with Elrond, he's like, well, yeah, 20 years, you know, what? It's like that's a long time, my dude. Even for elves, lots of things will happen in 20 years.
Can I say as well, like generally elves, you know, they conduct themselves in a weird way, right? Because you, sorry.
I hope it is.
That was from earlier in the stream, Drinker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just going to say there, like, if you're a creature that's been around for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, you have a hell of a lot of life experience behind you and a hell of a lot of wisdom that comes with that. And so it's really weird to see a lot of these elves acting just kind of gullible and a bit inexperienced about life. And I just think they nailed it with the Peter Jackson trilogy, where they're quite measured in how they conduct themselves. They're almost like flat and emotionless because they've seen it all, done it all. Like nothing surprises them anymore. But here, they act like teenage kids, you know, just excitable and you know, full of passion and you know, a bit inexperienced about the ways of the world. Like, how can you be inexperienced? You're hundreds or thousands of years old.
Thousands.
Yeah, no, I completely agree on that. Like when Elrond was explaining Durin as a source, like a potential, he should have been saying to Celebrimbor, like, "All right, this will be awkward though. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but we were on good terms the last time I did speak to him, you know." And he seems like a pretty blah, blah, blah guy. And then the second Durin's angry, he should be like, "Oh no, whoa, I can explain." Dude, I've been busy. I've been fighting wars, sorting out the most like heavy political shit you could imagine. And then Durin could be like, "Really, you couldn't find even a day for me?" And Elrond would be like, "Look, I've made a few mistakes here and there, man, but it's just you have no idea what's going on in the world, and that's what I'm here to talk to you about. I have a proposition.
MauLer, can we rewind that just a little?
Yeah, go ahead.
When he's outside Khazad-dûm, when Elrond, as you say, says to Celebrimbor, he says, "Look, I haven't spoken to him for 20 years, so last time we spoke, we're on good terms, so fingers crossed." Shouldn't Celebrimbor have replied with, "Why did we walk here?"
No.
It was a pretty big gamble there, Elrond.
You should have told me that before we left.
Yeah.
Asshole. No, they had to get in the line, salted pork and malt beer.
Yeah.
There'll be trumpets and salted pork and malt.
Dude, when he said salted pork, I was like, "You fucking kidding me? Really? We're just dragging out them lines."
I love as well how awkward it is when Elrond is admitted into Khazad-dûm and like Celebrimbor has to just wait outside, and he's just like, "I'll see you in a couple of days."
He tells him to go back. He tells him to go back, and I'll be with you in a few days.
I honestly wanted to see the door slam and just have a few seconds of him standing there, and he just go, "So, should I just wait here?"
Aren't I the one who's meant to be friends with the dwarves?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I guess.
Well, dude, when Celebrimbor seemed to be baffled by the idea of having dwarves as
having to walk all the way to Khazad-dûm.
I hate that.
Where's the provisions?
Yeah, but the idea is like, if you consider going outside of the elves to get help, and then Celebrimbor's like, "How far?" It's like your doorstep right there, actually, just 5 seconds away. How about that?
Yeah, but like this show shows that elves don't need provisions. They can swim vast distances of fucking God knows, like a fucking ocean. They can climb sheets, like mountains of ice, and punch through fucking just a giant thing of ice, no problem. Like they don't have there's no I understand that elves are supposed to be somewhat like stronger than humans, or they're better than humans in some way. You know what I mean? Like superior to humans.
They're
but
wiser,
they have there has to be some level of law, like physics or something.
Yeah, like cold or extremes of weather can still kill them and stuff.
Yes.
I thought it was really funny in that scene where like one of them says to Galadriel, we must make camp and then we'll start for home in the morning. And I thought, make camp with what? You don't have any equipment or any provisions or anything. You're just a bunch of guys in full battle armor with no supplies, just walking through the Arctic tundra here.
There was this one guy, one of the elves that was hanging out with Don Lemonor or Lemonade or whatever. He didn't.
Don
Lemolas. Don
He did
Lemolas.
not talk like an elf in the slightest.
No, he the guy that was telling him we've got to leave here because the king's called peace or whatever. That guy was carrying a weapon that looked like a bow, but I thought it was a bow, but he had no arrows in it. And I was like,
no quiver, no arrows.
Nothing. And then I was like, what is that? So we were actually trying to figure out what weapon that was during the show last night. And I was like, people were just saying all sorts of stuff. There's just the most basic things that you could make this a better show with, and they haven't done that. It's everything's just been phoned in. It's so fucking weird.
I can never remember that elf's name now. It's always just going to be Don Lemon for me now.
Me too.
So annoying.
Arendir.
Okay.
Arendir? Right. Oh my god.
Or just Aaron. I can just call him Aaron. Yeah, it's almost like it's run by inexperienced showrunners who have no idea. Like a producer from Cloverfield and somebody who wrote half of a bad Star Trek Beyond script. Weird. There is writers from Better Call Saul on this show who wrote an episode, the second episode.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. Well, it's one thing to write a drug deal gone bad, and it's another thing to adapt Tolkien. And just because you can write Better Call Saul without Vince Gilligan around doesn't mean you can write Tolkien. So, yeah. Salted pork.
Season 2's underway, so there's probably not going to be. Let's just say, for argument's sake, they wanted to after all this criticism, make some changes. They're deep into filming season 2.
Yeah, it'll be season 3 before you see any of it, I suppose.
Well, they haven't started filming season 2.
Haven't they? I thought they were deep. They'd moved over to England and they were filming now.
That's not finished. So they left New Zealand this giant set that they had already built because of tax and COOF reasons, I suspect. They just up and left, and they're building this massive, like huge studio in the UK, and it ain't finished. And they were supposed to start filming this month. So it's going to be 2 years minimum before we see it again. And like, even if the show was good, 2 years would hurt.
This is the one I'm talking about. I don't understand what this is. Like I don't.
It's like a bow that's unstrung.
Yeah.
Because I know when bows are not getting used, you take the string out because it weakens the wood otherwise. But it's pretty weak in this case.
But he's got no quiver. Like, is he gonna just borrow arrows?
It's slung over his shoulder somehow. But
hold on, there's a better shot of them together from when they're entering the village. You can see them both back to back. Can we go to that shot to see if there's anything on his back?
Let me try.
Because it might be the angle of the picture that's.
Dude's got a sweet fade going on though. I want to know his barber.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got a better one. Hold on. Here it is.
All the elves have nice blown out hair.
They do. There must be a hell of a
Is
salon.
this a sword? Like, is this the hilt of a sword? Is that what the fuck is going on?
Oh, it could be a blade.
It could be.
It could be a spear, maybe.
Is it a spear? Is it a sword?
I think it's meant to be an unstrung bow.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know though.
Just by the contours of it, because it's kind of got a curve to it.
I thought it was a bow too, but he had no quiver, so I was like,
I think the prop masters just genuinely didn't give a shit.
Why bring an unstrung bow and no arrows? That's a bit
and
weird.
why they're wearing plastic armor?
Well, I assume like you could probably make the argument that like they've been stationed there for about 80 years and nothing like
nothing's
significant
happened.
and so they're just kind of not prepared.
That's what made me think it was so weird that he pulls out his bow here to put it away. Like he does that little cool flip.
Little
cool
flippy thing.
Like,
yeah.
If this place has been peaceful for the past like bazillion years, like why did you feel the need to get the bow out?
Well, what if like there's a bear attack or something?
Because the cameras were there more.
Wild.
No, I mean actually getting it out. Having it on you is fine, but getting it out when he walks into the tavern or
the cameras turned up to record that day.
Oh, maybe he was preparing for that racist attack by that.
Oh, leave it alone, knife is.
Knife is.
Aren't your people ever gonna let this go?
And that guy just come out of a salon, hasn't he, with his trendy little fucking fade up,
Fucking
and then
Hitler Youth haircut over there.
It must be great now making shows where you just don't have to give shit about anything. Just like pull people off the street. You got a modern haircut. Who cares? Just put you in.
Good. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, and he says "you people" as well.
Oh yes, he does.
You people.
Oh, you know he was like the southern incel. You know, that's what you're supposed to be.
Yeah,
what do you mean, you people?
And then the Persian single mom is just like fucking off, like trying to get the D. So then she's like, you know, I don't give a shit about what's going on with my boy, and he's hanging out with the fucking, you know.
Can I say as well?
And then he cuts him.
You know that scene where she slays the orc and she obviously has to lop the head off and throw it on the table in triumph.
Oh yeah,
like that's straight out of Prey, man. It's like that was just their moment.
That's their girl boss literally the end of the story is that everyone clapped equivalent, which is that everyone listened to her and did exactly what she wanted. It's like fuck off.
Yeah, she's like, now I'm taking control. We need to move out. We need to move these people out now.
That whole scene baffled me. Someone comes to you in your village with the news. The adjacent village that takes 1 day to get to has been entirely annihilated, and all the villages are gone. It's like, whatever.
Dude, he knew.
By the way, I have a
people,
beast's head by here, and it's like, oh shit! Everyone go! Jesus Christ, get out of here! Oh my god, this is a spooky head.
Her entire reaction to it was so bland. Like, dude, if you saw your like childhood village burned down, you'd be like, "Oh, so and so lived here. I remember them."
Live here.
The correct way to film that scene, right, is have them talking about their bullshit. Then she looks over the hill and she sees smoke, and she's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa!" And starts running, and he's like, "Whoa, calm down." She gets over the top, sees all the houses burning, and then screams and starts running towards
yelling
them.
names, yelling for names.
Of course. Dude, I didn't understand what was happening because of her reaction. I was like, "Why isn't she shocked? Is this village not supposed to be here? Like, is this a mystery village that's on fire? Like, what's going on?"
Yeah.
It's
I
so
grew up
bad.
here. Mom, Dad.
Yeah.
Something.
Uncle Brian, no.
When
Oh my
she
God.
names 2 people who lived in the house, I was just waiting for the other guy to be like, "Did you care about them?" Like,
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like you did. You just sounds like you knew who was here. And then he throws the torch into the hole where he's just like, these caves, these aren't like earth shakes or whatever. These are man-made, not man.
Don
Not made by
Lemoness
man,
went
made by
into that
bees.
hole and he's like crawling into I was like, what the fuck is happening with that?
What, yeah, what
I'm
did he
crawling
expect
into
to
this hole
accomplish
to
from
find
that?
out who made
The
it.
tight
I
hole.
see who made it, and then I turn around and run.
And run. And
Because
Oh, yeah,
I'm
what was
not
it? He
gonna
panics.
lie, right? If there was like this enormous pit that had just opened up in the ground leading to a network of underground tunnels, I would think my first reaction would be I should get some backup and then
Yeah.
we
Right.
go in there
Yeah.
in force because whatever's down there is clearly really big and really dangerous. We're going to need a lot of people to take this on.
That's what I mean. Everyone's just
That's what she
stupid.
said.
You
But
just
he
want a character
kept
to be
going.
like, "What if you bump into a monster down there?" And then he's just like, "Yeah, I'll just run, I guess."
yeah, but he kept going and then he experienced fight or flight and then he fucking flew. So it's like you would
He's a
think if they're
pussy.
yeah, because you would think if they're trying to say, oh, this dude is fucking brave, that he would have been like, I'm gonna fucking fight. Like I'm here to fight. Let's go. But
But he
instead,
tries
he
to
ran away
escape.
and crawled through a passageway
yeah,
that looked like a
this
fucking
thing
reverse
big.
vagina. It's like a fucking reverse birth canal. And and then he comes out into this fucking weird hole and he's watching the
Just so they
water
can get
bubble.
to that- It was just so they can get to the imagery, right? So
Hmm.
that's a bad reboot thing. So it's
Wait, you mean
something
when he's
we put in a
grabbed?
trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like they literally will
So,
plan
yeah.
scenes for trailers in
Mhm.
their show instead
Oh,
of
shit,
like,
man.
Didn't
pulling the best clip
So
out.
much of the dialogue from this show is just designed for the trailer. Like that
It
bit where
is.
the Harfoots are talking to Nori, and it's like, you know, we don't venture beyond our own realm. You know, we're safe with each other. That's our path in life. That's our place in the
We
world.
just fuck each
Why the
other
fuck
the
would you
whole
talk to
time.
someone like this? Like someone who's grown up in this their whole lives. You're just describing their literal way of life to them.
Yeah, it's over exactly.
Yeah,
That is
Yeah, and there's
throughout
not
the
a lot of them,
show.
so they are fucking each other.
they are.
Yeah.
They're
Seriously,
100%
like these writers
hillbillies.
have not been taught how to do exposition at all. All it's throughout. It's the elves, the
Friends
dwarves,
have
the
their field
half-
of-
What about the wolf? The wolf was in the bramble patch with them.
He'd
And he
filled
was
up on
just there
berry
looking-
Daz. He wasn't hungry.
He already ate, obviously.
They already ate.
Yeah. He's
Well,
like,
I have a question
Chocolate.
as well. You know, like Gary, you might be able to answer this because you know your Tolkien lore. So, you know, when they go up to the Fortress of Solitude up in like the North Pole
Yeah.
or wherever the fuck it is, and like
Go through it.
Galadriel pours the water onto the table and it makes the Eye of Sauron symbol, and she's like, "This is a instruction for orcs to follow this to meet with Sauron." And I just thought, how did you get that from just looking at that symbol? Like, how did you know that was for orcs to follow to go to a certain place? Because it just looks like a mark. It could be for anything.
well, it was the mark that she saw in her brother, right? But who knows where like how do you know it's going to direct anything? How did a little fucking flake go and oh, I'm going to get some water out, and then how did it freeze when it was hot? Because that thing, maybe magic, I don't know. Explain it. They did say there was dark magic, but then she figured out that room was the right place to go because it was colder, but it was already so cold. Flame wouldn't give off heat.
But still gave off light. for
Listen,
something.
temperature is abstract in this world, okay? It doesn't
Yeah,
it doesn't follow your
But
pathetic human
they're
rules.
repurposing. It's like, well, we had an Eye of Sauron and we can't use that. Let's use a Mark of Sauron. That's totally different.
But evil
Yeah.
Oh my
wouldn't
God.
swallow heat. Evil would swallow light.
I
Yes,
laughed
yes,
so
yes,
hard
way better.
Yes.
when
Yeah.
when her followers, I said his, but as actually was fucking accurate. When her followers were like, "Oh, we're like you're leading us to our death, Gladriel. Like it's nothing. Like there's nothing here." And then she finds the fucking mark of Sauron, and then they're like, "Well, we're gonna give up anyway. Like let's just all go home." And it's just like, what the fuck? Like she literally just showed you that the guy's still around and the sign is
Also-
there, and you gotta fucking follow it. And
Why is there symbol for like we're disobeying your orders to like lay down their swords? Like,
And
yeah,
leave.
because isn't
Right?
that a sign of pride?
but-
Like
aren't,
No,
aren't you
no,
going to need them for the return journey? Like,
Oh,
there's
they
all
picked them
kinds of
back up,
dangerous
Drinker,
stuff.
don't worry.
Yeah,
They
that's
picked
what
them
I was.
back
I was wondering. Did they pick them back up,
Yes.
or did they just walk back without their swords and their
But
provisions?
if the symbol was a pointing to the orcs about where to go for Sauron, Why was there a symbol on her brother?
I can explain.
Was he a fucking map as well?
I can explain that. It's poorly written.
2 seconds more. Just one more thing. And if she says it's a direction for them to go, direction as in look on a map, as in look at... No, she doesn't do any of this shit.
She made it up. She's lying. Because if it were true, they would all fucking go for it. But what information do we have in total over the, decades, centuries of searching for Sauron? She said the only other time she saw the mark was on her brother's body. There is no way that we can conclude that one mark on her brother's body, which is now 6 feet under, and a mark on this one place, this one little castle. How the hell is that directions for orcs? How does that make any sense at all? Like, the orcs find their brother's body, and then they go, now to go to the castle.
Yeah,
that's my next.
Also, like,
what?
What if he was facing like a different way, and the mark was pointing in a different direction?
Exactly.
As a result? Like, oh shit, where do we go now?
I wish the guy had said, "You made this shit up, Galadriel. You're making this fucking. Where did you get this from?"
But in Gary's video, the mark marries on the map immediately.
Yes.
So why did she get a fucking map out? If Gary did it in
revealed
a
that
fucking
yet.
video,
That's
this
gonna be
bitch has been
later.
walking for hundreds of years.
Isn't there a line
Because
like
women don't know directions.
it's
Fuck.
well, she didn't look for she was like, it wasn't near the McDonald's, and they had to take her to the McDonald's.
We landmark everything.
Can I just say as well?
The mark is Mordor, by the way, and not every orc is from Mordor. So Mordor. What is their frame of reference? Like you guys were saying, if somebody comes across that and sees that, and they're like, "What's that fucking mean?" I don't know.
And all these orcs are like poring over maps of Middle Earth, like, oh shit, like I thought I had it figured out. I don't know where to go. Larry, you said you knew where we were going. You lied.
Hey, drink.
But the orcs are in Mordor, or what's going to be Mordor. So the orcs figured it out, but
can I just say as
Galadriel
well,
couldn't.
like I love the idea that Galadriel, like, say Sauron had been in that fortress that they were heading towards, that she believed she was going to take on Sauron, the most dangerous single entity in the whole of Middle Earth, with herself and like 10 elves that were almost dead from exposure.
Dude, they all nearly died to a
Good luck.
snow troll. That was like, so what? What are they going to do against Sauron? Like,
Sauron could
She
obliterate
watched
you
them
just
as
by
well.
looking at you.
don't
So
worry, she can solo Sauron. It's fine.
people are
That's when
tagging
the-
me on images like this to show that it could have been like this. sword
That's
here.
fair play. That's fair play.
That could be.
Oh, I remember weapons like that. Yeah, for the elves, that makes some sense. Okay.
Yeah.
But I was just gonna say, when you joined Drinker, you said 4 out of 10. You sticking with that still?
I mean, I'm trying to compare it to something like She-Hulk or whatever, and I don't know why, because that's just like another show that's out at the moment, and it's like, well, it's not as bad as that, I guess.
What about House of the Dragon? Have you compared it to that?
Oh yeah, it's starting to tumble now. Yeah, that's turned out to be way better than I predicted. Like, damn, I think I called it wrong from the trailers.
I
man.
think we all did. But
well, we don't know. It's been 3 episodes.
Oh yeah, but like the 3rd episode was really good, and there's great dialogue in it. And if you just compare it to this, it's night and day.
Oh, dude, that was neat that you and Shad got to spend a while talking about just lines and what they can mean and where they can go. And
I came into your stream and you guys were talking about Rings of Power sucking. I was like,
Did Daemon Targaryen say?
You have to contrast them.
I know, it was hilarious.
Wasn't there a line in Rings of Power? I couldn't find it again. I didn't want to watch it again, where somebody says our scholars looked over the mark of Sauron.
Yeah, from Elrond.
So,
yeah.
Okay, so your scholars didn't look at a fucking map. The maps that your people made.
Gary, that's too difficult.
It's
too difficult.
It's proof. It really is proof. Like, a character is only ever as smart as the people writing them.
Yes,
that's the problem that we have.
No,
that explains everything.
They don't know how
about
to
the
read
show.
maps either. The writers.
My wife, my lovely
They
wife,
just think that the characters wouldn't be smart enough to look at that and just
no.
cross-reference
You
it.
just said it. You just said it. They think that the audience is dumb as these motherfuckers are, the ones making it. And in House of the Dragon, whether you like it or not, at least they treat the audience like they're adults. You have to figure stuff out. They don't necessarily tell you passage of time. They show you things, and you got to figure them out. And you got to figure out somebody's like MauLer and Shad and I didn't know how the king was feeling when he was killing the buck. Right? I'm like, is he hungover? Is he distressed about his daughter? Is he feeling sick? And I think it might have been all those things, but you're supposed to figure it out. Like, that's what good storytelling is. They're not going to go, well, the king is feeling sick and he's hungover and he's distressed by his daughter. You don't need to do that.
And we get to talk about it. It's great. Compare that directly with like, we're not going to leave not Gandalf behind. Then it's like, it's not who we are. Then if Fred goes, that's not who you are. It's like, why?
All they need to do is put him into the fucking cart and go. And we figured out that they didn't leave him behind. That's all. It saves you tons of time.
Exactly. You show it. You don't need to fucking tell us how virtuous these characters are. When she's like, why are you doing this, Nori? She's like, because I wish to help him. I need to see him safe. I must. It's like, it's my responsibility.
She might as well be like, I'm a fundamentally good person who just wants to do right by other people.
Exactly that.
I think she's more.
Explain that's basically what she's like. I know it was meant for me, and it's like,
oh my god, I know.
She might as well have just got a piece of paper and be like, well, the script says I have to do this. So,
oh my god, dude, I think like she's almost more insufferable to me than Gladriel. Like I cannot stand her. Like that Nori, whatever fucking female Frodo situation going on. I can't.
Well, think just one more thing on Nori, right? He crash lands right next to all of the Harfoots, not just her, and then she says, "This is about me." It's me.
Yeah, this is me.
Like,
this is my story.
Can we just call
I'm entitled to this. I deserve this.
I deserve the exact. I deserve.
That's exactly what it was. That's like, she's lurking for adventure, and it was meant for me, and I'm the one who has to keep him safe.
But again, like
the girl who's the key to everything.
Yeah, the show goes to such extremes as well to really bludgeon you over the head that she wants to get out there and experience the world. She doesn't want to just live within the tiny constraints of her people. She wants to like view the wider world. And it's straight up explained to you, like in conversations where she's like, yeah, don't you dream about seeing more than just what we do each day and like, going beyond the next field or whatever it is we live in. Whereas you could have just had a scene of her like looking off towards the horizon longingly, and like that would have conveyed all the things you needed to understand about that character just in that one scene. But it's like, nope, we have to really treat our audience like complete retards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the ones, no, I won't say it. Might be the ones like it might be. Hey, you got to go, drinker.
Sorry, it's a bit of a flying visit, I'm afraid.
Oh, it was a pleasant surprise. Thanks for coming in, man.
Yeah, great to have you on, dude.
It was nice
it's great to run.
Buy Drinker's book.
Small YouTuber and fellow blue check mark, because we're just better than you, drinker.
Later,
brother.
All right, thanks, guys. Later, dude.
Critical drinker, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, could you guys vamp? I have to do something I rarely have to do during a stream.
Sure.
Number 2.
I'm a genius.
P. I'll be right back.
All right.
Go tell my local village that I've now got a blue chat mark. That's what he's got to do.
So Nixum, that was a fucking crazy document.
Hold on.
Oh, yes,
Go to Amazon, go put in Will Jordan and buy Drinker's brand new book. He's got a brand new book which is just
Go
dropped.
buy it.
Go
Also,
get it.
MauLer plushies. Look, I already got one. I'm gonna get a second one.
He's adding up there.
All right, there.
Yeah, it's different mask features on the second one.
I'm gonna collect them all. It's like Pokemon.
Like Pokemon.
Gonna catch them. Yeah, and Fringy as well. The Fringy one looks awesome. I've ordered mine. I've already ordered mine.
I've also ordered mine.
Yeah.
Get me some.
I've ordered mine too.
Ooh.
All right, now we can talk about next year.
My plushie prototype is in development.
I'm so excited.
Ooh.
Have you announced what it's gonna be yet? I don't remember.
No.
I have to some, like I have on a couple of streams said what it is, what I'm gonna be.
We might keep it a secret today.
You're gonna be the very best.
But I haven't shown them the actual artwork presented for what the plushie is gonna look like. No one's seen that apart from you guys.
Aww.
Also,
it's so cute.
Can I
Nixon.
say there were like 13K people here at one point, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You guys are insane.
Yeah, about 13,300 or something.
Something like that.
Damn.
Crazy.
Is
That's
this an
a
FNT?
Friday Night Tights, yeah.
Wow. So yeah, women getting branded, that was insane. I was like,
are you talking about Nexium?
God damn it. Sorry.
Is that a cult?
He's told everyone in the village.
Sauron?
Yes.
Yes.
X-ray
They
girls.
put it. They looked it up on a map, and it went to California.
Walk away for 2 minutes, man. I can't. Like next time, I'm just not gonna pee.
Hey, at least the Dr. Balls did not come out this time.
I did not jizz on my face.
I'm gonna read some soups, and then I want to get to that Hollywood Reporter article. We went over it a little bit on FNT, but it's fucking bad. It is typical access media shit. They're losing so much power. The fucking cope is unbelievable. It's beautiful. But I know MauLer's favorite thing is when people come out. Well, because you mentioned it, you're like, I can't believe they're doing this already. They're picking apart Peter Jackson's trilogy.
Every fucking time they go for the old awesome shit and say, guys, it was shit the whole time. And it's like, fuck you. Why'd you keep doing this to bring, like, try and make there's been some responses where it's just like, wait, are you saying that they're both shit? And it's like, yeah, that's what they're trying to do. They were like, Kenobi isn't shit, everything is. It's like, what? Why would like what? I don't understand. I thought that when you're a fan of something, you thought for that because it was really good, not because we were all laughing at how shit it was or some shit. I don't know. I get lost with this, and it happens. It's been happening more recently. Like in the last year, I've seen it's like a new form of defense, quote unquote, where it's just like, you're all crazy. Your thing was shit too. Star Trek, when it was all that was just shit. Same for Star Wars. Look at when Luke kicks someone in Return of the Jedi. That's just as stupid as everything in The Last Jedi. It's just like, what? Why? Why do they think this is even effective? Like, oh, Legolas, he's defying forms of gravity when he goes onto the elephant in the Return of the King.
Bucket.
And it's just like, I don't know, man. I think it made a lot more sense what he does in that moment than Galadriel just defying every form of biology, surviving all of that shit. And it's her choice too, right? A lot of people are ignoring this. She knows how this works. She's not supposed to be retarded. She should know jumping off that boat, I'm going to die. All of us would know that. I can't swim an ocean and survive. It's like, I'm going to die if I jump off this.
She thinks she can.
Legolas, on the other hand, knew, because he's a badass, that he could do what he did, and he did it. You know, there's comparisons that don't even work. But
Galadriel knew that Halbrand's raft was coming.
It's mind-boggling to me. It's like, oh, you know, he did that shield thing in Two Towers. It's like, you know, that occupies about 0.001% of the film. Meanwhile, like, all of Galadriel's decisions are throughout every one of her scenes. So I don't.
That mean nothing. That mean nothing for her character. Absolutely. Like, I know pretty much from the get-go, and then by the end, that she is after Sauron. And I don't know much else.
Sauron.
I don't know. Like 2 hours in, the Harfoots don't really progress. None of the characters progress. Elrond is Doogie Elrond's the worst, I think, as far as like character. There's like, he's just there to serve other characters, and that is a hallmark of shit writing, absolute shit writing. And there's so many hallmarks and red flags in this thing. So, by the way, have you heard us talk about the diversity? Like it's irrelevant. It's fucking irrelevant. This thing is so. Oh my god, I can't wait till we get towards the end of the season. It'll be over. And then we will
You're
not.
a bunch of racists. Who's your worst character? Who's your least favorite character? Galadriel.
Yeah.
Well, that's because she's a woman. And you're like, oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Now you're misogynist.
And who would have been your favorite character if this was adapted properly? Galadriel. Absolutely. You can send her.
Of course.
Yep.
That reminds me of when people were like, I only go after movies with either female or minority leads. And then I was like, well, I went after Doctor Strange. And they're like, yeah, but that's more Wanda's film than his.
So they're admitting it now.
Yeah,
Wow.
at least it got admitted. That's how, by the way, that was deliberate on my part in the video. What I usually do with character assessments is I go as prominent they are in the story. And Doctor Strange was second to last because Wanda was star of the show, really. It was her story.
No, there's a through line for a character, and if you noticed of late, even if there's a main character like the Moon Knight character, you can argue there's a through line through him, but then it eventually like ekes out into like his girlfriend towards the end of the show. The through line for Hawkeye is not Hawkeye; it's Kate Bishop. It is Kate Bishop the whole time. They make no secret of it from the beginning. It's just an absolute bait and switch.
Hey Gary, who's the Loki show about?
It's not the male Loki.
Lady Loki.
Lady Loki.
Yeah.
Yep. So he is just there to service her and tell her how amazing
He's just trying to keep up.
He
that's
really
what he's doing in
does
that
want to
show.
service
No,
her.
he
Like he wants
actually
to service.
says you're amazing.
He
But
does.
he also
When
wants
that
That's how
planet's
it
gonna
works.
destroyed. Yeah.
That's how it works these days.
He wants to bang her, and it's really fucking weird. He's like he wants to have sex with
Yeah,
his
it's weird.
female self.
Mm.
Not weird for Disney.
That's
No.
Oh my god,
Or
you're right. It isn't
Disney.
weird for Disney. You're right.
I hate Marvel though. So.
I
hate
remember a
everything.
lot of people were talking about that, like how weird would it be to want to bang yourself? Like, what does that mean? And I remember Cosbrook for ITL put out a tweet saying, like, why does anyone care? It's fiction. It couldn't happen anyway. It's just like, what?
Well, but we're
do you know,
getting
do you know, like some of the most interesting fucking discussions on fiction about sci-fi concepts that have not been able to happen yet. Like,
yeah.
I just...
these are things I expect from a banker, you know, the kind of people who are in charge of these franchises right now. Why do you care so much? I mean, it's like, but not from somebody who's supposed to work in the industry, be a critic, like who are in our realm. If you have to ask that question, then maybe you should just sit back and listen for a few years. That's all I'd have to say. Why do we care? Look at my room. I love this shit. Stories are important. Mythology is important. It's important to me. It might not be important to you, but it's important to me. And if you have to ask why I care, well, it's something that got me through hard times. It's something I've just loved since I was 5 years old. The first time I cracked open a comic book, that's how I learned how to read. I couldn't learn how to read in school. I learned how to read on fucking comic books. It just captured my imagination. I love this stuff. And yeah, turns out it's okay. Turns out it makes a lot of money too, unfortunately.
Yeah, dude, I miss the days we could just be like Wolverine and Spider-Man, who wins? I want to get back to those days, you know, more fun.
The good old days.
Brad B, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. We have Misha for $3 says, love you guys. We love you too. Love you too. Goodwrench for $25 says, hey, I'll love the profile pic, Gary. Add it to the emotes. All of you stay safe and keep up this energy. I will. Oh, wait. Why is this one so old? Why did I pull up an old one?
I'm an old.
I sent you a new one. I thought.
This is old.
No, you sent me an old one.
Did I? Sorry.
Bimbo.
And we got them read yet. Bimbo Power.
Bimbo
Power. What do you got here?
It should say September, October. By the way, the title.
It says FNT under attack. That was like 3 months ago. Oh my God. Jennifer Lawrence takes aim at Hollywood's pay gap. Well, I don't even want to talk about this.
No, she complained that she got paid $5 million less than Leonardo DiCaprio, and I'm just thinking that's
I wonder Leo DiCaprio.
Yeah,
he's a star and you're not. So
she's literally like, is it because of my vagina?
Do you want to know why people in other countries hate us? This is it. This is it. This is it. Is it because no? It's because you're a dumb bent and you're not as good as an actor.
I just want to see it addressed in an interview. I just want someone to be like, do you think maybe he's paid more than you for the same reason you were paid more than that guy over there who's just a background stunt guy or whatever? You're like, do you think you should be paid the same? And then she'd be like, well, no, because I have starred, I have draw. All right, that's what they're paying me for. And it's like, yes, exactly.
He's losing her shine. Like
she probably got paid way more than her male counterpart in Hunger Games, but who fucking cares about that?
It's been the
last time she was relevant.
It's been
genuinely.
It's been since Hunger Games, and she's losing her shine.
That's the way it should work. You should be paid for what people they hire these people to draw in audiences and for what their talent is, not because they are person. Do you think why would there be anybody famous in any movie if we should be paying everybody the same? I know. You're like, fuck that.
All right, that's why I was looking at. I didn't. The links look different.
Fuck off.
Girl. Yeah, whatever he said. Mikey Gusler for $20 in 4 parts. Mikey, what's up? I love Mikey Gusler. After months of production hell, the Crow reboot is finally going to shoot in Prague in Germany. Bill Skarsgård will be the Crow, which seems okay, but the director directed Snow White and the Huntsman and the Ghost in the Shell. So the Crow should not be paid, period. End of story.
That all sounds fucking shit.
Go watch the original with the great Brandon Lee. It's a fantastic movie, one of my favorite comic movies of all time. Both films are PG-13, so I'm hoping the Crow reboot will be R. The writer wrote King Richard, which got Will Smith his Oscar, so maybe there's some hope. This is what I would do in the meantime. I released the Crow 2 director's cut. It was messed up by the Weinstein's post-production to make it more like the first movie. The original runtime was 3 hours and deals with themes of redemption. I'd watch it. I didn't think the Crow 2 was that very good. Or that good at all. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if it got messed with. I would just watch the first one again because it's great. It's fantastic. Mikey Gussler for $5 more. You can find the full list of changes online when you search Director's Cut for Crow City of Angels. I think it deserves to be released. There you go. Mikey, you buy it. I'd check it out for sure. What's up, Az? What are you chuckling at?
Chuckling.
You know, we've had some shenanigans with IMDb the last few days.
Yes.
Oh,
a
yes.
lot.
And they've now suddenly started to delete
IMDb
ratings as
owned
well.
by
Amazon.
There you go.
Just discovered that now. IMDb is owned by Amazon.
Oh, I saw it on Twitter when the review 72-hour thing happened. I think I asked it on, was it Friday Night Times? I can't remember. But I was like, who owns it again? It was like just a tweet, the back to back. It's just like, wow, that doesn't at all bode well for honesty, does it?
No, the game is rigged everywhere, by the way. Everywhere. So, of course, those of us who are calling it out in varying degrees are just all.
And yeah, it's already too late, because even if, right, there was a bunch of, let's say we were best friends with all the people who were in charge of IMDb, and they're all really good people. The problem is they've convinced themselves that it's been review bombed. Therefore, they believe the let's call it the scales have been thumbed already. So they need to counter thumb it, you know, and then it's on them for however far they'll push that thumb.
Very good.
There was more 10 out of 10s than there was 1 out of 10s.
No, but they're fair. They're right, because the show is pretty good. Those are fair. It's the ones and the zeros and the twos or whatever. Those are the ones that are the bombing. Trust me, I'm an expert in numbology.
And numbology.
That sounds legit to me. So okay.
You see me. Like, I was fine on Twitter a little bit. I was getting annoyed. Those people just being like, "Oh, those 1s out of 10s. Those are bombs." The show is actually pretty good. It's like, is it 10 out of 10 good? Yeah. Is that a fair rating?
Best out of best. Can't get any better.
It happens so many times on EFAT where we rant about this, but I'm so fucking tired of the culture being like, if you're positive about a piece of media, you're honest and true and good. If you're negative about a piece of media, you're a lying, bombing, like, asshole. Just like, oh, shut up.
We're Nazis. We're white. We're racists. It's the corporations that are calling us this.
Having the negative reactions are what make the positive ones meaningful. It wouldn't make any sense if, like, we just hated absolutely everything. That's why I always find it funny when they say, like, do you like anything? Like, obviously they have no idea right now. We've been praising House of the Dragon in reference to Rings of Power. It's another high-budget fantasy show dealing with characters' interactions. There's a bit of politics, you know, backstabbing here and there, different characters on different journeys. Loads to compare. This is the thing, if nothing else had come out and it was just House of the Dragon, maybe we would be more critical, maybe not. I don't know exactly, but just, it's so fucking lame. Everyone's settling with Rings of Power right now, it seems.
Yeah, and I mean, there's also the factor of, well, they like it, so we gotta hate it. There's tons of that, and also
angry fanboys, purists.
We are fucking up the shill's grift. We are. I mean, we have been for a while. They're getting mad now. They're getting paid, 0.02 cents a line or a word on their quickly devaluing Access Media website, which will probably be gone in a couple of years. So they're pissed off, and they can go on YouTube. Fucking these guys can go on YouTube and start their own shit. Mind. How's that going? I mean, like, you can do it. You can do it. 5 picoseconds for 20 Canadian pesos. We've already hit the "it was always awful" stage of consume product for Lord of the Rings. It is is this a new speed run record? Yeah.
I'm just wondering what franchise will be next. Is there any like material? I thought Lord of the Rings original trilogy was like one of the most universally respected and beloved movies. I don't know how you can get like what movie is more universally loved than those? Like, I don't ever think.
As far as the trilogy is concerned, none.
I was about to say like maybe Star Wars. Like, well, they've already shot all over that. So Indiana Jones, maybe there you go. Once
Crystal Skull.
Once the fifth thing comes out, maybe they'll be like, the original 3 Indiana Jones movies were pretty bad, actually. They're pretty bad.
Yeah,
dude, this fifth Indiana Jones movie. Oh,
yeah, it never fucking the wheel spins again and again. It just keeps...
The director had a nervous breakdown on poor Matthew Kadish.
Oh, I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
got Matthew his fucking blue check mark as well.
You worked it. Attaboy, Matthew. Traveling tortoise for 20 British pounds. That's proper money. Nothing to say. Just annoyed that they bastardized and destroyed my island's myth for the sake of inclusivity. Also, why do the hobbits have weeds in their hair? It's to make them look
dirty.
They haven't showered in months, so things are growing in there.
It is
like acorns in there too.
Yeah, like that's how people look who live in collectives in Northern California, like they're pot farming collectives. That's what they fucking look like. So yeah.
The people in the tavern, all the humans, and then you got all the halfers. They were all pushed through like a reverse car wash before they got on set, where it's just mud and splatters of everything. It's just like, we have to make you look awful, okay, before you go out. It's just like, why? It's like, that's what it's to make you believe that you're a real person in the real world. People who just jump into mud pools for some reason, and then I don't understand. Rags was going nuts with this. He was just like, "Why is everyone so dirty? Why does nobody want to be clean?" The way they eat berries. Like, it's obviously a nitpick, but it was just funny. Rags couldn't take it. He was like, "Why are they all eating like fucking savages?" They just go blah, blah, blah,
like 2-year-old.
Yeah, like it
smash
doesn't make any sense. Like, how do you fuck up eating a berry? You just go.
And when she ate the snail, and it just went.
Oh, that was like, so gross.
Oh. It's like, why did they tell him to do that? You can eat a berry like a normal person. You just go, just eat it, because they have a shot of the totally not Sam friend. And she's like, why can't we stay and eat more? And her face is covered in like red. It's like, how did you do that? Like, what? And it berries. How did you do it?
Yeah. They're trying to be authentic, MauLer. I mean, because we can't do it with the dialogue, so we'll just put
that authentic. Is that
no,
how people?
No, it's how untalented people think. What they think authentic is. Mikey Gusler, again, the great Mikey Gusler. I love Mikey so much. Hope you get your Air and Snyder cut. I'll watch them too. You watch Angry Joe's is for $20. You watch Angry Joe's response to people who were upset at him for liking She-Hulk. He accused them of being NRA supporters. Men's
Sorry,
equals,
I.
Yeah, like what the X-ray girl, MRA.
I mean, I didn't know what that could have meant.
OBGYN support.
MRI. Yeah, checking for lumps on the breast.
I'm nerd adjacent, remember.
I am definitely against breast cancer. I like boobs. Men's egos were hurt. Females deserve a show from their perspective in shows like She-Hulk, etc. Angry Joe can have his perspective. Absolutely. Like he got ratioed in his first video, which happens to all of us, except for MauLer and Az, and it happened to me once. Okay. And you know what I did? Nothing.
You just carried on going.
Gone, I'll just see. We'll see how it plays out, but yeah, he has a right to his opinion. I'd say, I guess he does pretty good with the video game analysis. He's a pretty big channel, been around for a long, long time. I guess if I started reviewing video games, I'd probably sound just as dumb. Ryan, for 20 British pounds, what's the chances Amazon cancels the remaining seasons and makes a serious course correction to salvage the disaster? That's a good question. They have time now to make. I
don't think they'll cancel the 5 seasons, but
I don't think so. People getting fired, though, do you think that's a possibility?
Well, we talk about Rings of Power getting fired. What about House of Dragon? The fucking showrunners walked away.
One of them left. One of them.
Well, Bezos is so pissed, I think, that he would clean house. He'd be like, you know what? Fuck. No. The reception for this was not what I wanted. He wanted that Game of Thrones reception and he didn't get it. So I can see him cleaning house.
That's admitting a mistake. So this is where giant corporations and they're continuing to like, we can never have anything negative. We can never admit any wrong or show anything negative. So you look at Paramount through two different companies did not fire Alex Kurtzman. They re-upped him.
It's true.
And
Kathleen Kennedy, same thing.
Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah. And these are two that like companies that were too prideful, too worried that they would look like they made a mistake instead of like, hey, this needs to change. Then you contrast that with Zaslav, who's fucking just brought out the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not like a nonsense, role. Like, isn't it? KK is one of the reasons why Kenobi got annihilated from whatever potential it had.
Yep.
She's still got her tendrils all over. Star Wars is still going on.
The course correction would be massive, but they need to do it now. Like now, if they continue with this crew for another season, this thing I think it's DOA anyway. Because who is good? Like, even if they fire these showrunners, who's going to want to take this job? And I think that was part of the problem. I think they had a hard time finding people to take the job. So I think they're stuck. I think this thing is going to go down as the biggest, like, as far as story goes, disaster in the history of television. Like, you put this much money in it. There was a movie called Heaven's Gate from back in the 80s, which was widely considered the biggest flop of all time for a long time. A ton of money was put into this, and this thing just sucked in the movie theaters. So I think we have our equivalent of Heaven's Gate for sure.
I think as well, it's such a slow motion, like an absolute super slow motion car crash. If we're getting all 5 seasons, episodes per week, years between each one, like, that is the slowest burn of like everybody constantly talking about how bad it is. Versus, drop a Star Wars movie out, try to drop another one, everyone hates it. It's like, all right, just pause. We'll go away. Hey, here's Mandalorian. Go look at that. Oh yeah, Boba Fett.
Shiny penny.
Meanwhile, they're like, Rings of Power episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and everyone's just like frowning at them. And they're like, we have so many more to put out. Please, can you crack a smile? Like,
please clap. Please clap.
Please clap.
Marksman for $20 says, saw this on Twitter. Now you must suffer with me. MauLer, how do you feel knowing some of your plushies had fleshlights installed in them? Don't get me started on what I saw strapped to rags. Those damn dog pilers. Fuck Twitter and fuck rangs of shit.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so if that's for real, I have happily not seen anything like that. But you know what? I mean, I guess you're free to do with your toys whatever you wish to do. Just don't hurt anybody. Your Earth is a weird place.
Wow. The internet's a weird, funny place. So, like, not surprised.
Wow. I'm waiting on the clown show. Wow.
I like racist backlash to Rings of Power puts Tolkien's legacy into focus.
I like how they've put Disa's picture on this, and she's the only person people actually like, including myself and including Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, who is probably the biggest racist of all of us, including Ryan.
The genuine reality is she is not in the show anywhere near long enough for everybody to be focusing on her. I'm sorry, she's not.
No.
She doesn't have that big of an impact.
You're right.
She just wasn't.
She was competent.
Obnoxious.
She was competent. That's exactly the right word, Gary. She was like the only competent one amongst a sea of incompetent people, and you're like, okay, well, at least they can act. Well, mind you, I think she was just acting like herself, because if you've ever seen her Instagram stories, it's like that's literally who she is. She's like, she thinks she's like the queen of dwarfdom or whatever the fuck it's called.
I've got a thing there, Gary. This is of the cast of Conan the Barbarian.
Oh boy. All right, we'll get back to the article in just a second.
If this if this was put up today, This would be ticking all the boxes that they wanted it to tick. How what complaints were there about Conan apart from it's fucking amazing?
It's fucking awesome. Go watch it.
It's a great film. And
I'll
then
have to watch it.
Conan the Destroyer.
Look at Arnold's body.
I know.
That's a lot of muscles. Oh my
insane.
god.
My God. He
Got
looks like an actual
female-
superhero. Like it's like okay.
I know it's this, but this is it. This was men back then.
Yeah.
This is what we looked at and aspired to for our heroes. You know.
We
This
need
was
one of those pictures as like that's like what happened, men, what happened.
What
it's
then
like
and now,
Arnold,
yeah.
Arnold in this picture, and then whoever soy boy you want to pick off fucking TikTok.
So she was the female villain. Then we had the damsel, then the hero, then the warrior, then the magician, then the comic relief.
Wow, what a diverse cast that you.
Yeah, but
Nobody fucking cared.
When I was doing some of the when you talked about a movie with Drinker, and I've done like Predator with him, I think, Commando, Beverly Hills Cop. They're just some that I've done with him. The casts are extremely diverse just by the way that they put the best group of people together. But nowadays it's become the identitarianism is just fucking killing everything.
Part of it, I mean, not all of it, but part of it is we're arguing with people who just don't think things happened before they were born. All right, which they did. A whole world existed before you were born. Maybe look into it, look into older movies. Maybe it wasn't as bad as you thought. Maybe we grew up in pretty normal societies. We live in a society now.
We live in a society.
But yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. Now I want to watch Conan.
That was that tweet, by the way, with some
Me
Stig
too.
Kenobi.
Thank you, Stig. Thank you.
Steve.
Savage.
You know,
Credit where credit's due.
I was thinking of rewatching the other day because of the recent news. I was like, with all the stuff with Brendan Fraser and The Whale, his standing ovation, him getting his career back on track. I was like, I should watch The Mummy. Yeah. What a fucking awesome film that was.
Great film.
I thought, man, when I was going to go see that, it was because it came out the same year Phantom Menace did. So it was, I'm pretty sure that because I was like, well, this is like to kill time until Star Wars comes out. And I ended up fucking loving the movie, dude. Loving it. It came out earlier, like slightly earlier. I could be wrong.
I'm okay with The Mummy Returns as well.
I like that.
I'm okay with it. Rachel Weisz. I'm okay with Rachel Weisz.
She's great.
Are you guys okay with the third one?
Christian Bale's not so much.
No.
Dude, it's that curse. That used to be the curse. The third one in the trilogy just fucking crashes and burns.
Yep.
But I think compared to now, MauLer, I would be like,
yeah, maybe give it a rewatch.
Oh,
maybe.
yeah, I need to give it a rewatch.
You
Because
can-
watching League of Extraordinary Gentlemen again after so many years, and I was like, that was actually quite
pretty
good.
good.
Fun.
It's a charming movie. Charming. Van Helsing is a charming movie as well.
Yep.
Mhm.
The Lord of the Rings series inclusive casting has sparked social media vitriol from those who insist J.R.R. Tolkien intended Middle-earth to be populated by white characters only. Yet the belief is not only faulty, it misses the spirit of the author entirely, writes the Hollywood Reporter contributor Richard Dick Newby. So Dick Newby, although Dick,
Sure he has.
let me tell you something, Dick. Middle-earth did plan for all kinds of races in men. He did account for that, but certain things like the little hobbit village of hobbits were supposed to be Victorian English. That was Tolkien and his mates talking about food and fucking smoking their pipes and drinking beer. That's what it was supposed to be. And it was supposed to be a mythology for England, not for Britain, for England, which was said repeatedly by him, by his son, by his associates. I've put all those clips by those associates and his son and Tolkien himself in all of my past videos. You can find them on YouTube. They're all there. They explain it all. You're going to see Amazon using a lot of scholars to reinterpret. Like they'll dig up letter, they'll find a saying and they'll reinterpret. This is disingenuous and it's a lie most of the time. For a time, it seemed as though a great shadow had that echo. X-ray girl, we gotta fix that somehow. It seemed for a second time, it seemed as though a great shadow had passed over the world and then faded, still presented, though not quite as ominous. There were those who could confidently believe they were seeing progress, a fantasy, perhaps, but not one without value. Yet there were those who sought to cover of that shadow, to hide from their own insecurities, failings, uselessness. That could they could conceive of the endless potential of progress. Miserable little trolls left stewing in their own ugly ignorance and hatred, who sought regression, who but proved too incompetent to succeed, even when emboldened by the lies from their weakened leader.
Who's the leader?
Yeah. I could very
no, seriously, who's the leader?
Well, he's using an analogy.
Analogy.
An analogy.
Jesus.
I could very easily be discussing Middle Earth, but I'm not. What I am discussing is our very real world. It's Trump. It has to be Trump.
Oh my God.
Orange
I'm
man
British.
band.
What the fuck has Trump got to do with it?
I don't know. But remind me, I got to call Steve Bannon back later.
Ooh, yeah.
Now that you got your blue check mark.
For the past week, I love this. I have been bombarded with messages of hate.
No, you haven't.
Told to go back to Africa and called.
No, he hasn't.
What?
Show some receipts.
Yeah, nobody said that.
Yeah. Here it is. For the past week, I've been bombarded with messages of hate, called the N-word, told to go back to Africa, and called to be executed. The reason? The Lord of the Rings. Show receipts.
Why you always lying?
Yeah,
lying.
I highly doubt this.
You know, at least Moses Ingram showed like 4 fucking screenshots of
Of
like,
just something, no support, no connection,
Yeah.
just
no.
Like the fact you just brought that up, it makes me think like, oh yeah, that cycle and it's over now. Like that was all that was just to basically protect Kenobi. It's done now, so we're moving on. Next thing he's protecting. It's like, oh, I hate this cycle. Sucks.
It ultimately it does damage to more than fandom, by the way. It does every time something like this happens to protect some corporate product. It does damage to our culture.
Yeah.
It's a death by 1,000 paper cuts. And these companies don't give a fuck. It's risk. And believe me, this is the risk averse part of it. It's easier to call your fans racist than maybe shut the fuck up and make something better. It's literally easy. And for those of you out there who do not believe ESG exists, I watched an ESG fucking commercial before Spider-Man No Way Home in the theater. I took my boy to go see Spider-Man No Way Home, that a little extended cut, which I liked quite a bit. They showed an ESG commercial before it. Couldn't believe it. It would almost be laughable if it wasn't so profoundly sad. A wealth of stories
didn't happen.
And a willingness. Like you would. Okay, if somebody called on you to be, which nobody should, to be executed over your opinions of Lord of the Rings, man, flash some receipts, bro.
Yeah,
flash some receipts. I mean, like we get vitriol too. We do, but it's far outweighed by the positive stuff we get, like 100 to 1, 200 to 1, 300 to 1. It would almost be laughable if it wasn't so profoundly sad. A wealth of stories and willingness to believe in wizards, balrogs, giant spiders, and magical swords, but allow people of color to exist in Middle Earth. Well, that is an affront to all that's good and decent. How many of you want to bet that this was written before fucking show came out?
Oh, 100%.
At least that's the primary argument for those ruinous trolls apparently review bombing. I'm going to go to the link. Let's see what they link to themselves. And harassing fans. Yes, Hollywood Reporter is linking to himself for reference. And
Trust me, bro, it's true.
And harassing fans of color. Provide me a receipt for that too.
It's all bullshit.
Over
I would
Amazon's
really like some receipts.
Rings of Power series. I've been a fan of J.R.R. Tolkien's world for almost as long as I can remember. I grew up watching Rankin and Bass's The Hobbit, we all did, who are old, and The Return of the King, 1980, on repeat. It kind of sucked. The Rankin and Bass Hobbit's very good. When it was time for the school book fairs, I was the class's early adopter of Tolkien's work, not just for The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, but blah, blah. Okay, so yeah, you read it. Great. And you watched on VHS. So you're providing receipts for your fandom, which is fine, which is absolutely fine, but not for accusations of people wanting to execute you.
It's pathetic. Absolutely. It's
Show it, dude.
Pathetic.
Show us the receipts.
If I was, let's say I did a review on this show, okay, and I said, as I did, first episode 4 out of 10, second episode 3 out of 10, and I got a bunch of fucking emails of people threatening to kill me, I would show them.
Me too.
You don't call to say my life has been threatened. I have been called the N-word. I have been this and that, but you don't show a single fucking receipt. Because it's bullshit. It's fake. It's pathetic. He's writing this article not for people, when I say like us, I mean people who are not afraid to say what we think about something, whether it's positive, in Gary's case and MauLer's case, who went into House of the Dragon not expecting too much and actually being pleasantly surprised and telling truth and saying what they legitimately thought and criticizing where criticism is due. It's not meant for us. It's meant for the people who will just go along with anything that's been said. Will go along with the narrative. Will go along with, hey guys, Trump's, he's a horrible man. I mean, he hasn't been in power for 2 years.
This show was made for the people that libs of TikTok posts on regularly. This is who this show is geared to. People keep asking, who is this show made for? It's made for those people. That's what's going on.
Do you want to reset how many people watched the premiere according to Samba TV? Again, you want to shout that out?
According to Samba TV, 4.8 million in the first 4 days watched House of the Dragon, and 1.8 million for the Rings of Power. That's 3 million less. Did a release day plus 3 days later. So again, US.
Yes.
US.
That's US. And keep in mind, HBO said 20 million for the first. They said 10 million initially. I think it went up to 20 for just the US, and it's 25 million according to Amazon worldwide.
Yes,
and both are according to the companies. I would equally take them both with a grain of salt. I have no doubt a lot of people watch both series. No doubt. I think the big difference is I believe that I haven't checked on House of the Dragon for a night ago, but it ticked up. The second episode ticked up a little bit, which is
probably because of all the good reviews,
which is really unusual. Usually, even if a show is popular and good, it goes down a little bit in the second episode. Remember Doctor Who. I put this up on Twitter when the first female Doctor, played by Jodie Whittaker, premiered on that fateful day back in 2018. Was it 18 or 19? 18. It was season 11, the season 11 premiere. The Woman Who Fell to Earth in a country,
17, I think it was,
in a country of 67 million people. That is your lovely UK. Almost a little over a seventh of the country watched the show. So 11 million people watched that show live. And what happened after that? Oh, the show died.
It posted the worst ratings of Doctor Who
ever
since at least since New Who.
Well, the last
I think
one,
the third lowest ever.
The last one, I believe, ticked under the lowest rated one from season 24, which are good episodes, by the way, which sucks. With the Seventh Doctor. Let me go back to this article because it doesn't end there. So he keeps talking about remember he brought up that he was called the N-word, which don't do that.
No, he wasn't.
Right. Told to go back to Africa when he's from America, and called to be executed. But he gives us 2 paragraphs of how big of a fan he was. He bought Burger King goblets, DNA. Okay. At this point, so you should know about fandom. So you know that putting out an article like this with this headline, and especially with this, how would you take this? Puts a focus on Tolkien's legacy, on Tolkien. After you say racist backlash, that is meant to make it sound like Tolkien was the racist. Fuck you, you disingenuous shithead dick. But this is the kind of stuff that's been stirring up fandoms because this motherfucker's got TDS. That's all it is. It's going to be much wrong.
They all do.
I was joking the other day, but believe me, we will see a headline where January 6th is mentioned and review bombing of Rings of Power. They will connect those somehow. They will find a way.
The battle for Sauron.
In episode 5, the battle between the Numenorians and the elves and the orcs is actually
January
reflecting
6th.
Johnny the Sixth.
Nobody
and the insurrection of
not a single person says a fan makes them less deserving. That's how you feel, Dick.
Mm-hmm.
That is a you problem. That is a personal problem. Look in the mirror and be cool with yourself. I don't care how you identify or how you look. Ultimately, that's what it always comes down to.
By the way, during the stream, the Batman, DC Batman Twitter account has been hacked.
I just saw that.
We'll get to that in a second. All right. So ultimately, when people are looking for, remember it was tolerance. Now you want full on acceptance for all of your beliefs. And by the way, mine have to match yours. Fuck that shit. That's not how the fucking world works. No, it's insecure people who need to look in the mirror and just be okay with themselves or not. But now we have social media and and now it's okay to be a victim and blame every fucking buddy else for your fucking problems. And it's poison fandom. This political activism has fucking poisoned fandom permanently. I don't know if it can be fixed. I don't know. The Tolkien fandom is standing up. Nobody says you couldn't be a fan. No, like you yourself said you were totally okay with the way it was presented then of being a fan.
It can't be fixed
now.
Yeah, while corporation is dictating what these people are saying, which is what is happening. It's corporation that's saying go after these people. It's because corporation is saying themselves, we want to blur the line between criticism and racism, which is what they did with Star Wars. And it was the very first fucking thing that came out with Rings of Power. And then if you don't like this show, what have we seen time and time again? Don't like the show, you're a racist. Attacking Tolkien fans for being racist because they don't even take into consideration anything about how the world was structured and set up to be a Northern European in a certain date. No, that's not what they want to hear. They want to hear white people only, and therefore we need to come out and plow our 2022 sensibilities into a beloved fantasy land which has been structured for decades. And they want to homogenize everything. They want every single solitary thing, whether it be just regular TV shows, soap opera, fantasy, sci-fi. They want everything homogenized now. They want it all to be the same. They want it all with their ideology. They want it with their politics. And that's how they want to push everything. No, fuck escapism. This isn't about escapism anymore. That's gone. And so as long as corporations are doing that, this will continue to go. It's the corporations that are now thinking this doesn't make us any fucking money because ultimately we are run by money. Like Warner now are taking a serious fucking look at this. Serious look at this. Look at what Tom Cruise is doing. They're leaving that boy to do his thing because he's making fucking money hand over fist.
Yeah. Real quick, Gary, if you can share my screen because we can go right back to this because it's related. But shout out to My Nerdy Home, Stephanie, for taking this down because this is basically kind of showing how every single property has been met with the same bullshit. Like it's just one after another. This is the vicious cycle. And so we've got these receipts. Where are yours?
Moon Knight didn't even get review bombed.
Nobody fucking cared about Moon Knight.
Nobody cared about freaking Moon Knight. Who watched Moon Knight other than me?
I was gonna say I watched it.
I did videos.
It's crazy to me. I just had to bring that up because
and I was one out of not a lot of people. Probably one out of not a lot in our group that said I liked Moon Knight episode 1.
Yeah.
Something I wanted to bring up, by the way, in regards to the whole thumbing the scale thing. It's like, if you're claiming that everything's getting thumbed, then whatever. You know, it's equal, right? Everything's getting review bombed, so well, fuck it. Like, just look at the results. See what happens. But
Rings of Power isn't, I mean, House of Dragon isn't getting review bombed. And they've done race swaps and stuff.
No, Nina, everything gets review bombed. Even
no, because IMDb has the first episode of Rings of Power at 7.4 out of 10, and they have the second episode of Rings of Power at 7.4 out of 10. However, Rings of Power has an IMDb rating of 6.8 out of 10.
Yep.
Hey,
they're rounding
how does
up.
that one add up?
And they're deleting reviews.
Yes.
And you know what? I would disagree with those numbers in general, but putting the second episode above the first, I think even everybody would agree the second was worse than the first. So
yes,
it's just funny that it's going to get 7.2, 7.4. That's actually high. Like for IMDb,
both 7.4. Both of them 7.4.
Oh well, fair enough. 7.4 is that's a pretty high rating for IMDb in general. Like I'm pretty sure the highest thing is still only like in the 8s. It's like 8.9 or something like that. So. Yeah, and on the scale, it's a really good rating. Way too high for Rings of Power. I'm sorry. It's just
but Amazon owns IMDb, right?
Every video's ratioed to oblivion. Everybody talking and trying to praise it there's no bot that can fucking do that. That could seek out everybody going, my Lord of the Rings review. That's all they say in it. They don't say whether they like it or not. It's still getting ratio if they liked it. That means somebody can fucking watch it.
And I feel bad for him because like, what are they going to talk about? Like, oh man, I love that Nori. She's she goes off the trail. You know,
Nori.
She's my favorite. Not as much of a favorite as the elf guy he went down that hole. You know,
I like how in that episode they're trying to say like Nori's like female Frodo, and then the other fat chick is supposed to be female Sam, but that fat chick is like the opposite of Sam. She's like not supportive, doesn't want her to do anything, just keeps wanting her to like stop doing everything she's doing. It's like, what the fuck? Like, she's not even a good character. It's like she's not even supportive. Like,
to be fair, her friend is insane. I'm referring to Nori. I'm like, Nori is insane. Like, if I found a fucking spaceman and like, don't get him close to our village because like what was the implication? Don't take it to the village because they're all like antisocial, or they're gonna eat him.
They're
like,
probably
what was
trying
the worry?
to fuck him, MauLer.
Well, she was actually concerned that he would eat them.
She was concerned he would eat them.
Yeah.
But why would he would have eaten her then?
Yeah, I was gonna say that doesn't sound like a very founded worry, does it?
No. Yet there remains the idea that because Tolkien sought out to create an English mythology, that he intended Middle Earth to be comprised only of white people. This ignores the individuals of color who have populated England throughout its history. Okay. We're not
Are they
talking
talking about when the West Indians arrived in the 1950s.
It's crazy here. And that the first modern Britons had dark skin based on DNA evidence taken from the Cheddar Man, a 10,000-year-old skeleton discovered in 1903. By the way, that's not a fact. And yeah, sure. What if they were? What he wrote it for was for all of the oral traditions that were destroyed because they were conquered by Romans and the French or the Saxons. And that was all wiped out. That's why he wanted to create something for England, for his England, not England of 10,000 years ago. And by the way, he accounts for this in the story, and they could have accounted for this in the story as well. You even had a Tolkien scholar admit later that, yeah, sure, he did account for that in the race of men, but we're gonna repurpose it in the race of elves and dwarves.
I'm just amused that they're like, I'm about to annihilate your argument. You're like, how? It's like, here's my 10,000-year-old skeleton. You're like,
well,
okay.
That we're just going on the word anyway. Never mind anything else. One skeleton from 10,000 years ago could have been a fucking slave.
But what did the skeleton identify as?
What was the skeleton?
Well, actually, Nina, that's a really good question, because there is now pressure on not giving a gender to these fucking dug up skeletons anymore.
I know.
Archaeology went they did it.
Archaeology went woke.
I'm moving to fucking Japan.
And while there's
I was going to say Maz.
And while there's no sense in speculating the reaction.
Elon.
Oh, well, wait a minute. And then he follows it up with this. So he brings up the Cheddar Man and all that. And while there's no sense in speculating on the reactions of a dead man, you brought this shit up. Fathom the 21st century. By the time 1973, Tolkien was notably anti-racist. Okay, that you mean he wasn't racist, not anti-racist. That is a communist, Marxist term, because it's not enough to be not racist. You need to be fighting it all the time, and it's not fighting it by living your life and treating individuals as individuals. That's not considered anti-racist. You're still being racist when you're doing that. You literally need to punch Nazis every day. Even for the time period, biographers have noted that Tolkien was very opposed to the Aryan ideology. Yes, he wrote a letter for it, and yes, popularized by the Nazis and the colonialism of South Africa. Tolkien against the colonialism of South Africa? I don't think he was against it. I don't think he was against colonialism. I don't know where you got that one, buddy.
It's just like he was against the Aryan race. Yeah. Britain wasn't made up of the Aryan race, you fucking tool. That doesn't mean I'm against the Aryan race. Therefore, in my mythology, I'm going to sprinkle some color.
As in my anti-racism, all you white people look alike. You're just alike.
Hey, you have an Aryan on your panel. I'm right here.
There you go.
I'm just saying.
While there are those
Iranians are Aryans.
And
I used to be blonde hair and blue eyed. I'm more Nazi than you'll be.
He points that out in the letter he wrote, which was in a response to him being like, "Are you pro-Nazis?" Like, no. And actually, Aryans are from, they aren't what you think they are. The Caucasus Mountains, something like that. I can't remember, but I'm a big dummy. But he roasts the guy in a letter, basically. While there are those, as a number of Twitter accounts have sought to remind me. Oh, so it's Twitter. You're talking about fucking Twitter. 90% bot Twitter.
Elon Musk.
From Tolkien's writing or life to justify that, as opposed to, for instance, the wide array of evidence that speaks to the racism of his contemporary H.P. Lovecraft in both his writing and his personal life. racism he regretted later on. But yeah, I knew they'd bring up H.P. Lovecraft. I was just waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, but you know what's talking about H.P. Lovecraft, Gary? They love to criticize him. They fucking love to take his work and adapt it to anything they fucking can.
Yep. But here's the thing. Even though Tolkien's early 20th century progressiveness was not analog to the progressive attitudes of today, it was no. What do you think? You think Tolkien was a collectivist?
I swear to God, in the color picture, he had pink hair.
Yep. It has no bearing on an adaptation or extension of his works. Things changed. The movies and television released in 1954 when The Fellowship of the Ring came out obviously looked very different in terms. Yeah, we know. God. Okay, here we're going to talk to everybody. Yes, things change. Things change, but here's the problem. You could have things change and account for them in the work that he accounted for, and it would still work today. But now you're forcing in okay, things change. Where's the Asian representation in Rings of Power?
I know. X-Ray Girl, do you feel unseen because there's no Asian representation?
Exactly.
Oh,
this is so unfair. They always forget the Asians. Always.
So
but there are Asians in The Hobbit. There are. Peter accounted for it where Tolkien accounted for it, right? But ultimately, it's in the execution of your product. If it works, it works. You can change, but if the actor ends up being fucking brilliant, then okay, fine. That's not the case here. So you're running out ahead of just a piece of shit. So you're defending this giant corporate type, this $1 trillion company, dude. This guy sounds like a fucking academic collectivist to me. That you're shilling for one of the worst companies on the planet right now.
Okay, but there's a big thing which kind of comes into play when it comes to articles like this is once you've established that you're a lying piece of shit, I don't give a toss about what else you say. And when they said, I have had death threats, told to go back to my fucking country, had N-bombs dropped on me, and didn't provide a single solitary receipt, they said to me that they're full of shit. And so articles like this, meaningless. Absolutely fucking meaningless. Word salad crapola.
I love to respond to them, especially when they contradict themselves. Well, things change. Things absolutely change. Now the fans, the individual fan has a voice. That Hollywood, Amazon, and all you fucking shills running defense for this corporation have to contend with now. And you can't. Your arguments are not working. They're not convincing people because of what Az just said. Very early on in this article, you established that you're full of shit, Dick.
Somebody in the chat is saying, please read this. The Cheddar Man was debunked by multiple researchers. He was very light with brown hair. The ones who say he wasn't were found lying. So there's stuff to look into. Let's just say that's a question mark as well.
So-called Tolkien purists are using Jackson's films as armor to support all-white casting, despite the fact that Jackson and co-writers Fran Walsh and Philippa Boyens made many significant changes to the. Yeah, we know, because we're fans of the work. We know. Nobody said it had to line up perfectly with lore. It had to be in the spirit of the lore. Were the Lord of the Rings trilogy by Peter Jackson, was that in the spirit of the lore? Did it feel Tolkienian? Did a lot of people love it? Did it have mass appeal?
Yes.
Across the world.
Around
the fucking world.
I didn't know what Lord of the
Seemed
Rings
to do
was
pretty well.
when I saw the first movie. I had no idea. And then when I watched it, I fell in love and I went and read the books. That's what a movie like that is supposed to do.
Oh, look at the ad that came up.
Oh my god!
Hey!
It's Molly.
Nice.
Awesome.
My God.
That is
You're listening.
wicked.
That is
That's the
taking
best thing about
over.
the article.
Oh, that is rad. That's how you can get some MauLer plugs.
Screenshot it. It's amazing.
I got it. It's saved.
That's cool.
That's cool beans right there.
Oh, it changed.
It changed.
But I got the screenshot. So
How dare you?
So he's saying he's already a Tolkien fan, and the argument is, well, people need to feel seen, but this already has mass appeal. So why do we need to change everything? And why does it only have to be one thing we change? Why can't we change everything? The Woman King's coming out. Why can't it star Cate Blanchett? Oh, that would be bad, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Historical drama. But it's
Almost like
but
being a white person as Black
people need to be seen in the heart of Africa now.
Hmm.
Do you notice how diversity is multiple different colors or female within a group of white males? But if you have an all black cast, that is a very diverse cast, apparently, which it actually isn't.
It isn't. No.
No.
Remember Amberlan.
Amberlan.
Yeah, Amberlan. I can't wait for the new Robin Hood. It's gonna be great.
I just realized, by the way, on Instagram, because you just get tons of messages, you can't read them. So I just decided to skim through, and he actually DM'd me on Instagram.
He did?
His video response. Bless him.
Oh, that's all he DM'd you, his video response?
Yeah, he videoed
okay.
me. That I got 2 minutes in. I got bored.
That's funny.
And of course, they tried and true argument. People of color should make their own stories instead of inserting themselves into existing worlds. We said not the people of color, the companies. We're not saying people of color. It's ridiculous. The companies, okay, and they certainly can. The reason why they're repurposing these stories is because they don't believe original stories with diversity, to use your language, would make any money. So what does that say? Instead of putting time and effort, I mean, hey, they took an original character like Black Panther, made a lot of fucking money, made a lot of money. Because why did Wonder Woman make a lot of money? Because that was a character that they didn't have to change anything for. She was already a woman. She is a part of the DC Holy Trinity. People wanted to see her. People like Black Panther. Very popular character from Marvel.
Also, Wonder Woman was hot. No, it helps when you have a hot protagonist
in the world. But yeah, it's and Blade. And by the way, there are stories. These stories are being made. This is running with the narrative that all of this shit is just starting to happen now. But these projects weren't trying to wait. I'm not going to go through this whole thing because it's just getting. So after I'm going to end it in the first sentence on the next paragraph because it's funny. If the projects weren't trying to force diversity and wokeness, then these actions wouldn't have to deal with these actors wouldn't have to deal with the racism. Really, they're the ones being used. Yes, they are. And all the ultimately means is if you didn't exist, no, it doesn't. If you didn't exist, if you didn't have the skin you had, you wouldn't have to suffer the abuse. I don't know if people have said that. We again have used the asserted that the companies are using you, which they are using people. They're using like terms like marginalization and community are meant to separate. CRT is meant to separate. That's all it is. It's poison.
Yes. Poison. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. 100%. Equity is venom.
Yeah.
That word equity is cool. Equity is just poison. That word is a poisonous word because all it does is it just continues the cycle of intersectionality. There will always be a victim. Always.
CRT.
That's why we have this stupidity with fucking white fucking women trying to portray themselves as fucking victims when they're the most fucking protected fucking thing on planet Earth right now.
CRT it brings about carnage, MauLer. You're right.
The first sentence in this next article is I'm making a concentrated effort to keep matters as light as possible.
Go fuck yourself.
Or as they possibly can be. Get out of here. You know what? I think this is an essay written by I have no idea who this person is. But this is part of the problem. Yeah. If you already like Tolkien, then you were fine with it. Then you know that he accounted for things. But again, ultimately, now that we've seen the first 2 episodes, it's irrelevant. It's fucking irrelevant because the story's shit. That's our focus. The story is shit. If it wasn't shit, then it would make that stuff irrelevant again. You understand? Like there was people, I really rolled my eyes at the casting of Corlys Velaryon, and it's still, for example, those wigs.
Yeah.
They're ridiculous. They look ridiculous. And if you flipped it around, it would look ridiculous too. So how is that going to look in 10 years? People are going to like go, my God. It's no different than by Odin's fade. You know, it's in trying to be anti-racist sometimes, and people end up exposing themselves, just like Elon said.
Or leg flying around the place, knocking the character out, Spider Gay, who flips around the town with webs coming out of their crutches, and they literally have a wheelchair strapped to their back.
Don't forget the pride dress.
Oh, that's for when they're partying.
Getting monkeypox.
And they're flying around New York with their legs fucking wibbling and wobbling in the wind.
And
oh my God, but we're like showing
many people have pointed out that there already has been representation with elves and dwarves for years. For years already. So you're not breaking any fucking ground here. You're not.
Yeah.
You're just repurposing something
in different fantasy genres. Sorry, different fantasy franchises, not
yes.
genres, sorry.
And for intersectionality. And this was so easy to predict. This was so easy to predict that we're gonna feminize Tolkien because it was wrong before, and we're gonna fix it. Oh, how's that working out for you?
It's like these people are so racist. It's the same thing happened recently with D&D when they're like this flying monkey race is black people. It's like nobody thought that except you fucking weirdos. They continuously do this.
A bunch of white people who work for D&D at Game.
Yeah.
That's it.
A
It's
white
like
guy
nobody
did this
thought
thing
that.
about orcs being representations of black people.
Like it's just something. Oh, doggy.
Way to go.
And we're the racists.
Like ultimately, like this thing lives and dies by the story as everything else does. And the story was shit. It was absolute shit. Nate Stir for $20 says, just tuning in. Did I miss the Samba TV ratings power discussion at Media Player News? Yeah, you did, but we can bring it up again. Could you find the tweet again? I pull it up. Big difference between 25, like Amazon said 25 million people watched it the first day, the first 24 hours. Yet, quick reminder, you still can't see reviews. It's been over 72 hours and you still can't see reviews. But Samba TV came out with a different number over 4 days.
I know what they are off the top of my head. I could just say them, but I will try and find the tweet. But the Samba TV says 1.8 million over 4 days in the US.
1.8.
Go on. And then House of the Dragon was actually 4.8 million over 4 days in the US as well. Here we got him. Found it.
Yep.
Okay, let's share this. So we got the 4.8 million for House of the Dragon. Demand for Game of Thrones content drove more than half of all viewers to watch House of the Dragon premiere within the first 6 hours of its initial L+3 day release window. Buzz from the premiere helped boost overall viewership to 1.8 million households in the first few days. 1.8 million US households watched the debut episode of Lord of the not going to say it, Rings of Power during its first 4 days available to stream, according scoring the largest Prime Video premiere of the year. But 1.8 versus 4.8 for a very similar time.
That's a little bit of a difference from 25 million.
A little
bit.
Considering US is probably going to be one of the largest audiences.
Absolutely. It's kind of wild. There's a something that Ryan commented on with regards to this and said Samba TV collection doesn't track every device, so it's not this is a number situation, but it's useful as a comparison tool with other streaming shows, and it got wrecked by House of Dragon. Didn't even beat Obi-Wan, and Disney Plus has far fewer US subs than Prime Video.
So
they're all in the same boat.
It's a good barometer. I guess we'll find out when the Nielsen's come out. So Nielsen's can track through Roku, right? Mm-hmm. So Ryan is probably saying within the US, it's the same percentage. It's probably the same percentage. So it got half the viewers that we're being kind here. Half the viewers, a little less than half, than House of the Dragon got in the United States. That's my guess. Yeah, Samba's. We'll find out when those Nielsen's come out.
Stay tuned.
Yep. House of the Dragon viewers for episode 3.
Oh, by the way, while you're talking about that, I have been. Can I go campier?
Oh, yes. Okay. You want me to pull them up real quick?
Have scoured the internet, Gary. Scoured the internet. I can't find any ratings for She-Hulk episode 2. Never mind episode 3.
Nope.
Really?
Nowhere to be found. And Nielsen comes. I don't know how often the Nielsen ratings. They have to get announced. I don't think you can just go to the Nielsen site. Probably something you have to subscribe to. Anybody have any idea how many people watched episode 3?
I mean, that was the one with the twerking, so I'm guessing a lot of people, especially Cardi B.
No, I want episode 2. Never mind episode 3. I want episode 2.
Oh no, they left a coffee cup again in the House of the Dragon.
They did.
They did.
Are you sure it's not a meme?
Where
is it? What happened?
A couple of articles on it. It says fans spot CGI goof up House of the Dragon episode 3. It's got coffee cup again.
Uh-oh.
Maybe they mean it as it's that kind of era, or do they
it's that kind of era here.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a site I go to often.
Is it a laptop? That'd be great.
They had laptops back then.
They did.
Oh, by the way, the update on the Chris Pine Harry Styles is that Harry Styles did not spit on Chris Pine. These two guys have nothing but absolute respect for each other. Don't believe what your eyes saw on the clip of him spitting on Chris Pine.
Yeah, it was a bad angle, they said. It was a bad angle.
The effects department forgot to Viserys. Okay, so here's great. Did you know King Viserys gets his fingers cut off and they don't tell you because time passes and he's just walking around with 2 digits missing? Did you notice that? When he's drinking the cup?
I actually didn't notice that.
I didn't notice it till last night when I was watching it in my home theater. So there's 2 green pieces of tape over his fingers that they forgot to. They can fix that in a second, but
okay.
King Viserys loses 2 fingers because he's cutting it on the throne, and they don't go, "Hey, you lost 2 digits." They showed the maggots, and then like the next episode, he's missing 2 digits.
That's good stuff, man. It's good stuff.
Good stuff. Don't make an issue out of it. I like it. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Amazon announces jack squat from here going out, because I don't think they will. I could be wrong. Trucker Rob for $69.69. What's up, Trucker Rob?
How you doing, Trucker Rob?
Vegas might be doing a House of the Dragon review with Arkansas. Good. Will
Nice.
think it's good. We find I finally kick Ark off his own show. Maybe. Will Ladar get the dogs in the divorce? Maybe. Will 2 Portuguese men arrive to save the day again? Sub to Ark's channel to find out. Arkansas.
Yay.
Just started a channel. Well done. No Zaku Boy on the Streamlab side, $50. That's awesome. Who sees? Finally. Who sees into the hearts of men and the undergarments of women? It's Peeping Tom. Hot times in the city as men are being lured to their deaths and sucked dry. Is that afterwards?
Yes. I don't know. I like where this is going though.
Can Tom safely spring this snare, or will he be the victim of the unquenchable lust of thirst trapple?
Thirst trap.
I saw Peeping Tom doing the sucking today. I don't know about that.
Wow.
With his lolly.
Point. See, that's my bad eyes. I'm like, is that
Actually, that's
thirst trap?
There's no compliment. There was no criticism. Sorry, there was no criticism.
So do they suck dry after they're dead? That's
Oh my God.
I am willing to be sucked.
Wow.
you're dead?
Not after I'm dead.
Well, that's
I've got to get the benefit. Come on.
Get the benefit.
I'll get the benefit.
All right. Beam me up, Lucas, for 20 British
It's like
pounds.
when what is it? What's she called? Matilda May in Life Force. I'm sort of like maybe.
Oh, Life Force. I love Life Force so much.
It's a great film.
I've
Great.
never seen that.
It's not. It's terrible, but it's great.
Oh.
I watch it for the plot. I definitely.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
Wait, what? Life Force the
Matilda May's
movie?
plot.
Life Force the movie with a naked girl running around for half of it.
Oh, that's
With
right up my alley. Okay.
absolutely sensational tits.
Space
I was gonna
vampire.
say.
Sensational
They're famous.
tits.
Oh,
Okay.
you've these are in top 10 tits of all time.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
All-time boobies.
They were created in a lab.
They
Yeah.
were created-
Wow.
tit.
Oh, this is definitely go tit.
Oh
Beam me
my
up, Lucas. Thank you for the 20 British pound super sticker. I appreciate it. Center negative for $19.99. Would Exuregu kindly describe the size of this super chat? Asking for a friend.
It's so big. So big. Oh my God, so big. I can't handle it.
Oh, shit.
Oh no.
Oh,
Can
boy.
you be racist towards Asians and be
I don't
Asian?
know. I have to check the rule book.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Yeah. Have fun with that one, Perry and the memers. Sean Ferris for $20. December 2001. My 3.5-year-old daughter clearly remembers the awesomeness of Fellowship of the Ring. Refuses to watch The Rings of Power. September 2022. My 21-year-old son asked if I wanted to watch Rings of Power and with him, and I declined. He got 18 minutes in. LOL. You didn't disown him right then?
Hey,
I
no.
would.
Or hey, you want to try it out? You try it out.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
you
all
gotta try
tried
out.
it. We didn't get
Yeah.
disowned.
Yeah.
I'd
But
disown.
Don't
all I
disown.
can say is I am glad
Gary.
he made it only 18 minutes in. It was just like
My
fuck
sons
this.
know better.
Gary's like, people getting whipped over here. Fucking turn this shit
Cut
off.
off.
Are we still
Fucking taking
are
out
we
the
on-
belt.
It's
Disinherited.
just something completely different though, Nina.
Exiled.
Oh, I know.
Master graphic novel for 10 Canadian pesos. 3 parts, $30, 30 Canadian pesos. So thank you. Making your own entertainment is a great way to combat the nonsense from the mainstream. Please shout out my comic book, Master Book 1 graphic novel. Years in the making. It's 50 pages of superhero and sci-fi horror that chronicles a golden age hero's grim path toward ultimate justice. Ooh, I like that.
Ooh,
Each
that sounds
page
cool.
painted with careful attention to detail. Master is a tragic story filled with brutal consequences. Check out the pre-launch on Indiegogo now. Again, it is Master Book 1. I love the concept of that. That's fucking
Yeah.
awesome. Sounds
Sounds
cool as hell. Well done. Luis Cieves for $20. Gandalf, not Gandalf's first words will be You shall not pass. Oh God, you know they will be. Oh, you know they will be. You're right. You're right. There will be a
check. I can check to see what they are.
Well, they repurpose Galadriel repurposes Elrond from Fellowship in the book, and then they kind of repurpose the monologue from Peter Jackson's trilogy towards the end. You know, years age turns into myth, shit like that. And what should not have been forgotten. What's that? Are you looking at it?
You okay, ass?
Okay?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but at the end of episode 8, the wizard and Nori are headed off towards the run.
The what?
The what?
The
rum?
run. RHUN.
Okay. But they can't interact with anybody. Like the Harfoots and Astari cannot interact with anybody. That would be directly contradicting, which they cannot do. They cannot directly contradict like known, like they can play with a lot of shit, but they start contradicting fucking Fellowship and the Hobbit, then they're running into trouble. So I don't know what the point is. They're going to be on this side adventure. That's always going to be a side adventure.
Okay. The women hold on.
The women, the nuns.
The women tell the
slim lady.
Okay.
Slim lady.
The women, yeah, the women tell the wizard about the place where the stars he's looking for are.
Yes.
The lands of Run.
Okay.
They tie him up until he learns to control his powers. The Harfoots arrive because the women, by the way, are the white, slim lady.
Sounds like the women are a bunch of rapists.
They think because they think he's Sauron.
Oh, okay.
They tie him up until he learns to control his powers. The Harfoots arrive. They want to free him. One of the Harfoot, one of the Harfoots buys the farm. The women go after Nori, and the wizard defends her with his powers. The women subdue him and make him see, which was all blurred. So I'm not sure if it's meant to resemble something, but now he can speak. The women start to throw fire everywhere, which is a bit much of a fight against unarmed Harfoots. But okay. Nori goes up to the wizard, who's on the ground and dazed, asking for help. He tells her to stay away. So he actually says, stay away. So she won't get hurt. And the women showed him what he is. She replies, only you can show me what you are. You're here to help. And so he puts out the fire and tells the women to fuck off. They go, he is not Sauron. He is the other, the Easter.
Wait, when you say women, are you talking about
Easter
the ones that
or Astari?
Easter.
Astari. Yeah.
Well, they say Easter. Yeah, so he's a wizard. So the women, are the thin nun women in the white stuff.
The ones that are androgynous and don't look like women.
Yeah.
Slim lady.
Okay.
Wicker slim lady.
What the fuck is all I have to say to all of the stuff you just said?
Yep.
What the fuck?
Okay.
But there's more, but I'll leave it there.
Yeah. Yep. Rob CD for $20. YouTuber Tolkien Untangled has a better reimagining of the stories for the Second Age. Yeah, so does Yoiston at Men of the West. He did a video too. Want to check that out. But we're not going to get that stuff because these are Tolkien fans who care. And this is a giant corporation who wants appointment television that's going to be like Game of Thrones, but for the family. They want to, take advantage of the goodwill that Lord of the Rings has by releasing their show weekly in the middle of the night, which will
at 2 a.m. in the UK.
2 a.m. in the UK, and it's going to be midnight here. Fuse Box for $20 says Silmarillion is my favorite book of all time. Thank God they can't touch it. I hate saying that, but here we are. Yes. Check out every Thursday evenings at 10 Central. MauLer can critique me all day. Yeah, people are
Okay.
Enoch Maman, a 7-part super chat for $70. Enoch Maman, thank you. What's up, Enoch Maman? Part 1, I'm convinced that SJWs make all the media just to piss us off. To gaslight, Access Media does. They live to gaslight because that's the only way they can get attention now. You want Superman? Guess what? He's gay now. Oh, you like Batgirl? Guess what? She's Latina with trans sidekick. You like Galadriel? Guess what? She's a cunt now. Take that. I know we talk about how we have to make everything apolitical, but can we please troll them back at some point? Oh, I do.
Always.
That's what I do. When we get the culture back, can we have things that are 90% apolitical, but then we include a little jab or two at them?
No. Don't let the pendulum swing too far.
Good point.
Just bring back entertainment.
Yeah, man.
This isn't having jabs, turning it into another political side, having jabs solves nothing.
No.
Nothing.
Take jabs at their gaslighting, like what we do now. Take the jabs now. Like
I think memes are great. I mean, memes are a great way to troll them.
They're being legitimately stupid right now. So it's like, yes, put a mirror to that, show that to show it to them and show it to everybody else. Blast it out.
And they hate memes because they hate being made fun of. So keep doing it.
Yeah, because they see themselves in it.
They're not fun, and they don't have a sense of humor. We're the fun ones now. Part 3. We could make things that are largely apolitical, but seems woke. For example, a Gotham City Siren film. The director would say, look, 3 female leads and LGBTQ representation. SJWs would be semi-happy. They would drink wine and huff cat piss in joy. I do not live to make them happy. They are such a small minority of not fandom that just needs to go away and be drowned out and suffocated, metaphorically speaking. Part 4. Here's the twist. Catwoman ain't bi, she's straight and white like she's supposed to be. The cold open for the film is literally her being caught by Batman and banging him with tits out. Ivy, redhead. Harley and Ivy are bi with a mutual boyfriend.
Yep.
That not my Harley is from the animated series. What DC Comics has done is an abomination. P.S. Harley and Ivy are literally only together because their mutual boyfriend doesn't have the access to them at Arkham. Their boyfriend is everything SJWs hate. He's white. Yeah, he's really white. He's straight. He's sinister. He's conservative.
Wait, Harley has another boyfriend other than Joker? What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, you're confusing me, man.
I was gonna say, I don't know anything about this.
What?
Top, imagine the reading. Yeah, I stopped reading all that shit. I like Harley.
No.
Harley to me is something you buy at Hot Topic now. She's like just something to sell like little purses of makeup at fucking Hot Topic.
This Harley Quinn is not the OG Harley Quinn. It's nothing resembles it at all.
The new 52 Jim Lee designed Harley Quinn is shit. I mean, shit. I've always hated it. Jim Lee designed a lot of the characters from the new 52, and they mostly sucked. Part 6. He arrests them, cuffs them, and spanks them, and they're naughty. Old school baby. Why do the sirens steal? So Ivy can create a formula so he can have children, according to both Batman the Animated Series and comics. Ivy and Harley want to be housewives. That's the plot. The movie is about 3 chicks who have been forcibly made into feminist icons trying to become suburban housewives for their men. Take that, feminists. Do it, Zaslav. Make them cry. I want these people to hurt after what they did to everything I love. And there's one more.
That makes you know better than them.
I sent 6-part donation. It's okay if you don't get it. Anyway, X-Ray. I'll move out of the vents when I get the when I get the cash. These are hard times. Don't mind the rhythmic slapping noises.
Wow.
That's just the AC acting up, I swear. Yikes.
Me and Vince don't get along, okay? Alien Isolation scared me.
Oh my God.
Good answer. Bradley Burnett for $25 Streamlabs. Amazing. Rings of Prime has only been out for 5 days, and there's already so much content already. Monetize. I think you will all be able to buy new houses by the end of season 1. You may even be able to buy your own phallic rocket ships. Thank you, Bradley Burnett.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Neat. Indeed.
It is
Smaller.
Effing crazy. I got to find time to do my House of the Dragon review, what I want to continue doing. I want to continue doing those, even if they're short. The last, believe it or not, the last one, which is like one of the most innocent videos I've ever done, got demonetized for the first 48 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
I seriously am tempted to start watching this show now because I watched freaking Rings of Power and I watched She-Hulk and I'm like, I actually need something good. Like I need something good.
I'm tempted to show someone who hasn't seen any Game of Thrones it to see how it does to someone like that, because there's so many expectations of where I know the story may or may not go with how I've seen so many seasons of Game of Thrones unfold that I'm just like, I'm already seeing this will be fun. But I wonder how good House of Dragon is for just a normal person looking to watch a medieval show. I wonder if it's like too heady or if it's just too complicated or too boring. I don't know. Be interesting, because fucking hell, my like Fringy and Rags haven't seen Game of Thrones and they found Rings of Power boring as hell. So I'd be curious if they'd find House of the Dragon boring. I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting. My husband's never seen Game of Thrones either. He was like, I'll wait until because I begged him to watch it for years. And then he was like, I'll wait until it's finished and you tell me it's good. And I was like,
well, that's what I'm doing with MauLer with House of Dragon for season 1.
That's what I was waiting for too. But the whole series, he was like, I'll wait until the whole series done and you tell me it's good. And then after season 8.
That's the thing. House of Dragon finale could be so bad that me, Gary, and Chad are like, don't go near it. Nina, don't go near it.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Gonna let you down.
Oof.
Mama.
Lars Jensen for $20. Hey, Gary, did you catch the 2 veiled references to Luthien that totally smacked down Baron? Pissed me off so much. Well, the fact that I caught the one on the bridge, right? Where they had to tell us that they were in a forbidden romance for the 5th time in a row.
Like that was fucking difficult to
work. I definitely caught that. So I didn't catch the other one though. I'll be honest with you. I didn't catch the other one. Don't make me watch you again, please. Don't make me watch.
The second one was when she just left her son in the house to run off with her.
God, she was a terrible mom. She was like, I need my big black elf D. I'm gonna go. Leave my kid.
Oh, come on, Nina. We've all been there.
Oh, all right, baller.
You don't respect the elf D, Nina, really?
Excuse me.
The DOC.
I don't know.
ELFDOC.
Oh, X-Ray Girl, you earned that one.
Well done, X-Ray Girl.
Oh shit!
Excellent.
Reactionaries distrust Kate's Galadriel at first in Lord of the Rings because Peter adapted her ancient mystery so well. She's so serenely otherworldly, beyond human mortality. She's such a memorable presence without picking up any weapon. Mir Rorina, thank you for the $20. You're absolutely correct. So the elves, but for the most part, even when the first time we see them, when they're going off to the Grey Havens with Frodo and Sam, they almost look translucent when they're walking. They have this little glow around them and they're singing, and that's what they're supposed to always be. These elves are Joe from next door. That's what they are. They're nothing.
Yeah. They don't in any way, shape, or form have any
super casual
elevation.
No,
yeah.
Nothing special.
I think what I used in my video was they have less presence than Santa Claus on December the 26th.
Ooh. Ouch. Day after
Oh,
Christmas. Well, it's Boxing Day. You guys actually
that's Boxing Day.
We don't open presents on Boxing Day. We don't know on Christmas Day.
Yeah, but you have Boxing Day.
Yeah.
You have it. Like we don't.
Yeah,
like
but if Santa showed up on Boxing Day, we're like, what the fuck you doing, old man? It was yesterday.
Yeah, fuck
you
that.
have a post-Christmas celebration. That's what I'm saying. Our shit just ends. And it's
Canada
like,
has Boxing Day too.
yeah, well, we
on
celebrate.
Boxing Day, we basically have another Christmas dinner.
Yeah, we celebrate it here too. I'm like, no, we're not done yet. We're not done.
It ain't over till like the beginning of January, okay?
Basically, yeah, because
It's like every girl's birthday, you know, it's not just one day.
Oh, it's
At least a week.
My birthday week. Oh my
It's my birthday week.
Christmas Day is on Sunday. Are we gonna do another stream, guys?
I'm
Sure.
up for that.
Yeah, why not?
Probably.
I think our Christmas streams are awesome. So it's Sunday. It's
Sunday.
Oh yeah. Well, we got to get to the spooky time first. That's coming up.
Oh, I think I'll actually be here on Christmas Day.
I'm looking forward to spooky time.
Spooky Ween. This Christmas is. I'm just thinking of my nephew. I think he's going to his other grandparents for Christmas Day, which means they're going to go and do. So Christmas. Yeah, I'll probably be here at Christmas Day.
I won't be moving and selling my house. So this is
It's a good year.
we decorated for a day, did Christmas, all cool, and then just broke everything down and started packing. I was like, fuck.
Oh my god.
Not getting anything out of that. And what did we watch? The Witcher or some shit. It was fucking terrible.
Dude, I'm not going near Witcher season 3. I've had enough.
No, Witcher season 3. That sounds
Oh, I'm still going near it because of Henry Cavill.
Sure. You flick your bean to your heart's content, darling.
Will do.
It's very
Not
kind
that
to
I
give her
needed.
permission there,
Not
man.
that I.
Flick too hard, damn it!
Yeah, I was just gonna say not that I needed your permission, but that will happen.
Yeah, you did.
Several times.
But you kind of did.
Yeah, we're the patriarchy, okay? That means something.
I know. I'm always holding.
And I'm a
you guys up.
misogynistic member.
Misogyny.
Misogynistic.
Misogyny.
Misogyny.
Misogynist. Misogynist.
Misogynist. Misogynist.
How inappropriate.
Jay Schwalbach for $118.64 on the stream.
Wow.
Schwalbach. The most glorious thing about this crap is the separation of large amounts of money from the stupid rich. Buy a biatch. Buy a yacht.
That sounded so funny.
Buy a yacht. Buy a
yacht.
Sports car. Make a movie. As long as you make jobs, there is a small silver lining. Drinker loving Dark Harvest. All right.
Ooh, nice.
Hey.
Thank you very much, Jay Schwabach. Randy Savage. I miss Randy Savage for $50. I like how the panel actually gives the new films a chance, even with the preconceptions, but they try. I couldn't try that hard. We try.
Yeah.
Listen, once Az and I found out like what happens in it, it was just okay. Or doesn't exactly like how are they going to execute this? But dude, like if I sat down in the Eternals and it was a giant Kirby love letter, I would have fucking loved it. I loved it. I watched Spider-Man No Way Home again. There's extra 20 minutes. Couldn't tell you what they added. They changed some dialogue, I think, but it's been so long since I saw it, and they added enough. But it was really fucking good.
I just noticed that they re-released it in the theater here.
Yeah,
I was like, what the fuck?
Is that gonna boost his box office numbers again then?
Yes, it is. It was number 1 this week.
Wow.
And Top Gun was number 2.
Top Gun
is like
can't believe Top Gun is still.
Top Gun just won't die. Top Gun
no,
is
it's like
refusing
a million
to die.
away from becoming the 5th highest grossing domestic American box office.
So the scene we discussed, MauLer, the one you said you might not like, I did see it. It's the post-credit scene at the very end. Really super disappointing if you're waiting for like
Yeah,
there is more Spider-Man in it. So there's more Toby, more Andrew Garfield, and there's a cool little extra Ned thing. Honestly, I couldn't really notice. It just felt like some dialogue was changed, but the extra credit, the scene at the end is Betty Brant saying goodbye to all the graduates, and it just shows a bunch of pictures where Peter isn't in. But there's one like there's a bird over his face, so he's there.
So he's there, but not really there.
You can't see him. So it wasn't as bad as it sounded. Don't know if it was necessary because explaining how that magic works is going to be really tough, and you just want to kind of leave it alone. I agree with MauLer. It's just like, they said it. I don't think they go far, but it's still like.
Well, it just depends if they sign the contracts.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know if we're getting a Spider-Man 4. We don't know if we're getting it with Tom Holland. We don't know if Zendaya is going to be in it. We don't know shit because nothing has been signed. Marvel does not have a deal with Sony right now. All these people were announcing months ago that they had a deal. They don't have a deal. You notice
they had one film left on the deal, which I think was they can borrow Doctor Strange in No Way Home.
Well, they can borrow one more character, but I do not believe Marvel announced a Spider-Man film during Comic-Con. Now we have D23 this weekend.
Ooh, gonna find out a lot of stuff.
Gonna find out a lot. It's just gonna isn't it now like what's the cringe gonna be? What are we gonna cringe at?
This is pretty cringe right here. I will fuck. That's cringe.
Yeah, why is she dressed up like Ms. Marvel?
Why does she look like Miss Marvel? Because that's the first thing I thought too.
That got sent to me like 2 weeks ago, and I put up the same energy. I just put Captain Marvel next to it. Same thing.
I guess that's like just ad space, I guess, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
they got
usually
Issa and Duran is also one of the pictures. Images.
Usually, though, they do. Like they've never really done this before, because they usually just do independent artists and stuff like that for their different Photoshop.
Yeah, but isn't this ironic? Because this is about creativity.
Yeah, and it's not creative at all.
As with the haymaker.
People cannot create
like Galadriel in the prologue.
Oh my god, when she had the fucking child on the ground and she had oh my god.
That was that drove me insane. I was swearing.
I wanted to turn it off right then.
I know, I did too. I was like, how am I gonna sit here for 2 hours? I don't understand. Well, however long it was.
I cringed so
guess what?
hard.
There's another episode. There's another episode. It's not over. It's so not over.
There's several more.
There's 6 more.
There's 6 more episodes.
Yeah, there's 6 more,
I can
man.
argue, I mean, it's a fact that more happened in 10 minutes of House of the Dragon, just pick an episode, than the 2 hours of that premiere.
I'm gonna have to watch this fucking show.
Automatic Win 1999 just started this channel, Automatic Win, where we've so far done reviews of She-Bulk and Rob. I like how everybody's dropping Lord of the Rings. I totally agree with that assessment. Rings of Power.
100.
Also, yeah, ROP seems like an appropriate feel.
Rop.
Close to rope.
Should've been
Where they're going to
rape.
hang themselves.
Oh, no.
Having a lot of fun ripping into this stuff and excited for what we're going to get or where we're going. And I am too. I mean, shit, I have a couple of pretty big things coming up that I'm going to have to cancel one of them.
Ladies.
Well, this is go time. I got time to fuck around. Automatic slot. Oh, I probably should say what I'm doing tomorrow. I got to make sure okay. I'm pretty sure it's on. Chrissy, if you're out there, I'm going to be on InfoWars tomorrow.
Ooh.
I'm going up to Austin. So I guess I'll do the nooner earlier in the day, but I got to work on videos. So, but yeah, the nooner's still on, but
You're hanging out with Alex Jones.
it's going to be Chrissy Mayer and me and Comics Division. We're going to drive up there and do a segment or something. I hope I meet Alex. That'd be cool, but I don't know.
What time is it at?
I think 3 Central.
Okay.
Automatic Sloth on the Streamlabs side for $20. Because no one ever mentions the race of black people specifically written into the Game of Thrones, the Summer Islanders, and that's just there's a lot more. Try using the lore that already exists before they arbitrarily change things for inclusivity. Not a big deal, but they don't even try. No, like you can explain that like there is no pure Valerian blood. They got around. There might have been, but a lot of it died in Valeria. Targaryens have tried, but as you heard, Viserys was married to an Arryn. You know, she was part Targaryen too, but she was also part Arryn. So you could just say that Corlys, somebody in his family got busy with a Southern Islander. So what? Fell in love, whatever. I mean, but like Rhaenys in the story has dark hair. Jon Snow has dark hair. So not every Targaryen has blonde hair, but they have purple eyes. I wish they would have gone with the purple eyes thing.
I always thought they should have done the purple eyes thing, even with Daenerys and everyone.
If they went with the purple eyes things, then Jon Snow would have had purple eyes.
No, because his Starkness would have gray eyes.
Yeah, the Starkness took it out.
They have gray eyes.
You idiot.
Genetics.
That's why people think Tyrion still might be part Targaryen because he has one blue eye. Is it blue eye or gray? But he has miscolored eyes, and one of them's black, but it could be like dark purple. In the book.
Intriguing.
Eric Brown for $4.99. Hail Nina. Great job highlighting Brendan Fraser on Twitter. He should have been Anakin Skywalker.
Oh, yeah. Did you guys see that? He got a standing ovation because he apparently did a really good job in his new movie.
He's a treasure, that man.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
Why is everyone treating him like fucking cotton wool all the time?
Are you jealous?
Yeah.
You know what? Honesty.
I think people
like
just
it.
like
that's fair.
Because he got out of Hollywood for a while, right?
Yeah.
No, he didn't he get like sexually abused by dudes? And
I don't know what happened, but I know that he got divorced, and the divorce was really hard on him, and I think he started doing drugs.
He had to pay $900,000 per year, and it drained him completely. He lost all of his money, which, by the way, is not uncommon in Hollywood. I'm pretty sure Robin Williams had the exact same problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's absurd. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them over there in terms of figuring out like alimony and because child support. You know, I'm all on board with the idea, but not when you get to the point where it bankrupts people and they can't like live their lives. So you got that.
MauLer. There's a pay gap, and
ask Jennifer Lawrence, MauLer. God.
So you got that on top of he sustained a whole bunch of injuries from action star stuff. He had surgeries done, and it like fucked him up. And then he got like temporarily blacklisted because he said too much about being sexually harassed by this producer, that producer, whatever. Obvious mistake. You shouldn't tell anybody about that because then you can't get work.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Hashtag me too.
That's
Hashtag
why I feel very, very much in favor with him. He entertained the fuck out of me when I was a kid.
He did, yeah.
Knowing all this happened, I'm just like, oh, you deserve nice things to happen to you.
Yeah. And he just seems like a really nice guy. Like he just genuinely seems like a nice guy. I like actors that don't give their fucking political opinion on Twitter every 5 minutes. I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with never hearing an actor's opinion on fucking anything ever.
Yeah, exactly. Especially politics.
Unhinged for $5 at work, giving myself the pleasure to the soothing sounds of Az voice. Ooh.
Well, hello.
Robert Wiles.
How can you say that when you got MauLer next to me? MauLer's got much better voice.
Hello.
Robert Wiles for $4.99. Az, sorry for being such a to you. Thanks for all the help. I really hate the Postal Service. Be blessed to you, and Exuregu for help.
We got a postal strike here as well in the UK.
Oh, you do?
Oh no.
What they worked? They actually went to work.
No, that's just it.
Yeah,
I haven't had any posts from the Postal Service. I haven't had any post here for
no
probably,
hot toys.
No, because I've even like bought a hot toy from Uber, and they went and fucking posted it through the regular post. And so now when I go to track it, because that's been like 2 weeks now, it's just like there's there's a thing going on and it's delayed. I'm like, yeah, because you're on a fucking postal strike.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh well. I got something. Did you see my Gambit, Gary?
I didn't get I got Cyclops, but I didn't get Gambit. That's good.
Oh, Gambit.
Hey, I meant to ask you guys that when we mentioned X-Men before, and I was thinking about the Fox trilogy.
Awesome.
Did you hate how they handled Cyclops in totality in that trilogy?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think everyone did, right? I wasn't imagining that. Like, it sucked.
And I got the Cyclops and I got Wolverine as well.
He got like sidetracked because Wolverine got so popular in those movies. To the point where they literally fucking killed him at the beginning of the third one as a plot point.
Well, that was because he went off to do Superman Returns.
Oh, is he in Superman Returns?
Yeah, he's the boyfriend of Lois Lane.
Yep.
Man, okay.
Oh,
You wouldn't have thought that would be weird. I guess you saw that as a...
I love that.
Yeah, that's cool as
It's
fuck.
funny. Like two movies fucked each other up. Superman Returns fucked up X-Men 3. X-Men 3 fucked up Superman Returns. They both ended up being fucked up because they went in and because
Bryan Singer, who did the
Bryan
first
Singer
X-Men,
fucked it up. He's a piece of shit.
went off and did Superman Returns.
Well,
so they went and got Brett fucking Ratner.
He half directed Superman Returns.
Well, yeah. And then they got Brett Ratner to do X-Men 3.
I always
he
wanted a
dialed it in.
Gambit and Rogue movie, and now I'm like, please don't make it.
No.
Well, it
I
would have
don't
been
want it.
so good if they used, because I thought the actress who did Rogue was great. She was awesome, and if they had her and they
Anna Paquin?
I thought she was great as Rogue. And who were they gonna have as Gambit?
Oh,
the Aussie guy, Taylor Kitsch.
He was.
Taylor.
Taylor.
Yeah, they had him in Origins, but they didn't have him for very long. He was only in it for like 2 minutes.
But they were going to have they were going to have the Aussie. Who is he? The one who was in the stupid
Channing Tatum.
Wachowski brothers movie as the fucking dog. I don't know.
That is
him.
Channing Tatum.
I think that's Channing Tatum. Yeah.
He was going to be. Yeah, he was going to be.
Yeah, they're going to do a Gambit movie forever, but they dropped it.
Well, because wasn't the plan X-Men Origins Wolverine, then X-Men Origins Gambit, X-Men Origins Magneto? I think they were going to be doing a whole bunch of them, but Wolverine failed, and that was like the best looking one in terms of prospects. So if that failed, then
yep.
Jesus Christ! Do you remember how cheaply CGI'd his claws were in that movie?
Claws,
bad.
Mad
Murphy.
How do you fuck that up? You had so much riding on that. It could have been great.
Money.
But then they did some bangers after it. I
did.
love the Wolverine. I think
I like the
is
Wolverine,
great.
to be honest.
It is a great film.
The Wolverine? I mean,
yeah.
the
one with the one who's up against the Silver Samurai.
Yeah, I like that one too.
I mean, compared to now,
it was fun.
Yeah, I'll take it over.
I just thought it was fun.
It was a fun movie.
It wasn't going to win any Oscars, but I just thought it was fun.
Dude, you know what? That is the most bizarre movie trilogy in history. X-Men Origins Wolverine, The Wolverine, Logan. Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, what a trilogy.
A bit bipolar, really, isn't it?
You know what you get? It's a lottery at that point.
Mad Murphy on the Streamlab side for $10. Thank you very much. Did you notice the difference between elven voice tones between Lord of the Rings and Amazon's debacle? The elves in Jackson's epic tend toward lower registers that add weight to their speech. Without this emphasis, it yet again lacks the difference of elves and men. Yeah, there's no difference. They didn't even think about that. Joey Fouts for $5, related to Dan Fouts. Did you guys think the writers do you guys think the writers / bean counters have decided who the stranger is yet? Because I don't. Another who are Ray's parents situation. It could very well be it's supposed to be Gandalf and they can never say it. That's.
But it's definitely a wizard.
It's definitely a wizard. Most definitely a wizard.
What if they say it's Sauron?
I'm assuming you guys aren't ruling that out. It could be Saruman, right? Or...
It could be. It could be.
No. Well, even the even the accolades say you're not Sauron. You're an Easter.
Saruman.
No, Saruman.
Saruman. Oh no, it could be Saruman. Sorry, it could be Saruman.
Well, some people have theorized that it would explain why he hates hobbits because the hobbits are so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it might be Saruman because of he helps but also hurts the hobbits during this 8 episodes. So I just thought that may be alluding to the what actually becomes of Saruman.
Well, and also like it seems like Saruman is like a higher level wizard than Gandalf, so it would kind of make sense in a way to have him be there first. Before
I would have thought
Gandalf,
Saruman would have arrived first. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't know, obviously.
But I don't know. Yeah.
So he
Where the
was
blue
Saruman
wizards
the
at,
White.
huh? Where the blue wizards, blue boys?
They're getting shit on the hair and stuff.
Oh.
They're
and driving through the forest.
Well,
do you think they'd give the blue wizards blue hair?
Oh no, they're gonna get blue balls. That's what's going on.
Side shave.
Marty Gray for 10 British pounds, proper money. I've never done this, but I'd like to put up a meetup for the UK people in the fellowship because I've never done it before. Have you guys any advice on the best way to go about it? I would say get into Discord. I would say get into our Discords. MauLer has one. I have one. A bunch of us have Geeks and Gamers, and see if you can round up some people. I think there'd be a lot of people down for that.
Yeah, there's like a meetup section on our Discord. So if you want, just post and see if any UK people want to do it.
Yeah. Even if it's a couple people, you go have some tea, some biscuits, whatever the fuck you have over there.
High tea.
Bangers and mash.
Beans on
You were like tea and biscuits, which not then you went whatever the fuck you have over there.
Yeah, it was all nice, and then it got all mean.
Some potatoes.
Escalated.
Potatoes, precious.
This is the blue check mark. It's becoming.
Yeah.
It's coming. Yeah, it's coming out already.
You've changed, Gary.
Yeah. I don't even know who you are anymore.
Oh wow! Wow!
Spell out.
Dark, totally. Oh my God, she is awesome. Brings the power. So good.
Oh no!
Someone do something.
It's happened.
It's happened. Dark for 140 Zardozes. Do we have any evidence that the Amazon are panicking? I want this series to fail because of the way they pissed on Tolkien, but I see a lot of normies liking it. Yeah, dude, they haven't allowed. Sorry to do it, but they haven't allowed fucking reviews on their own site for over 72 hours. That is pissing themselves, and they're deleting reviews on the site they own, IMDb.
No, Gary, negative reviews don't matter. It's just it's a view to Amazon. They don't care about negative reviews.
My normie friends have said they're not watching it because they like Lord of the Rings.
There's still no reviews. There are 0 customer reviews and 0 customer ratings, even though I've given one myself.
Too many normies watching it at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My really normie friends are like, I'm not watching this garbage.
Normies are going to find this boring, and that's its biggest crime. Is it's
absolutely boring. Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. Well, that was one of the first thoughts I had after watching the first episode. I was like, damn, like for me, because I can get past a lot of the bullshit, not just for review purposes, but because I know sometimes stories take a while to start up. But average person cycling through stuff on their TV, just being like, oof, a whole hour. Well,
we got
even build up that was interesting. You're interested in what the build is. Whereas this was just scenes.
This was just scenes. And people were like, hey, and you have a right to say it. We're saying House of the Dragon was boring. So if House of the Dragon was boring, what the fuck was the Rings of Power?
Seriously, House of the Dragon
Magnitude
was pretty boring, but it had characters in it. So it at least got that.
Mikey Gussler for $5. So Amazon seemed to have lied about 25 million people watching their show. It appears to be much lower, and House of the Dragon is beating them. Nice. I don't believe 25 million. Not for a fucking second. Do I believe maybe 25 million? Looked at the thumbnail on Amazon Prime, maybe.
Well, maybe clicked on, but I don't think 25 million watched it through.
I don't know if they watched it through, but I could see 25 million watching it. In a way, I understand, especially the first episode. I can understand a lot of people clicking on it because it is marketed towards Lord of the Rings, and that's why Bezos bought the name. That's why they made this show, and they wanted it to, they wanted that name. And I can see a lot of normies and a lot of people being like, "Yeah, I'm gonna watch this shit because it's Lord of the Rings."
An extraordinary amount, though. Even worldwide, that is an extraordinary.
It is a lot.
Yeah. That is more people than watched the finale of Game of Thrones season 8.
That's
Are you
a lot.
fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's a lot. It's almost like Biden numbers.
It's like 81 million votes, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm like, oh my god.
Heel from baby versus as face on stream.
Ouch.
Can we come back to the time where me reading a Star Wars book could get me bullied in high school? When moved into the stuff we love, they kind of became, when all the cool kids moved into the stuff we love, they kind of became shit. Not kind of. Or
It
is
happened.
it an extension of high school bullying? It is. I mean, we have an article from Forbes that came out basically saying She-Hulk is taking a shot at Marvel incels. You're just calling your core fan base incels. Like,
good job.
Good job. Great job, Forbes, you fucking retards. Yeah.
That is funny, right? Like they're like picking on you because like, look at you with your little wizards and nerds, and then the next day they're like, actually, I like Grandalf and his friend pets, and
Grandalf.
and you're like, no. Yeah, and you just like you put your hat, you're like, please go back to bullying me, please.
Master Spock. Hempty for £5 in 2 parts. Hello, ladies and galoots. Question for Az and MauLer: how do the Brits Islanders view Tolkien? Is he mentioned when it comes to the English mythos? I asked this because of my rather drunkish talk with a fellow from the UK, and he said he isn't even on the J.K. Rowling level. I just found that baffling.
No, your drunken friend, the pillock.
The Tolkien's like gets embedded into like standard education. Like I was parts of the Hobbit. A lot of people say like the reason they know about the Hobbit is because they were read it in school, or oftentimes it'll be parents. But like I remember it was primary school that I was taught. We were to look at like Bilbo and Gollum's conversation to figure out the riddles before we're told exactly what they are and stuff. Like creative writing as well as just, hey, this story's really fucking good. It's a pillar in our culture for sure.
I don't think J.K. Rowling would even think that. I know she wouldn't. And she also knows what a woman is. The real question is, does Nina have a Tijuana license plate? The Happy Plague Doctor for $5.
No, only for Quintana Roo. That's where I'm at.
In Cancun.
Mm-hmm. Quintana Roo, baby.
Gary, just because you got your blue check mark, don't we?
Hail all for 10 British pounds. Can you guys let Young Ripa know that people are trying to scam? I have comment from on his video of the Rings of Power. They are trying to make me pay $140 for shipping for a PS5 Spider-Man game. His ISOM #1 book. Yeah. So that's why there's check marks next to the name. So you guys have to look out for that. There's lots of scams. There's lots of impersonators. So Eric July has a check mark on Twitter, on Twitter, but on YouTube as well. So you got to watch out for those. And yeah, I've let my rep know. We've let it's happened to all of us, by the way. And we've let YouTube know. They haven't done shit about it.
They never do shit about it.
Yeah.
Wow.
None of us are offering a free PS5.
No.
None of us.
No.
I will say sometimes it bothers me when someone's like, you need to do something about it, MauLer. It's like, you can clearly tell that's not my account. Like, how could you possibly be tricked by something that's got a completely different name, no tick next to it, that's going, hey, free thing. I was like, come on, guys, you gotta have a little bit of scrutiny when you clicking the free thing. I tell this to my parents if they're like, ooh, a free mobile phone. I'm like, come on. Nothing's free on the internet.
Nothing's free. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Okay. Father Christopher Miller for $2. Tino Tolkien is my name only. DS Margus for $5. Thank you for the donation. Hail to the True Fellowship. I think the Rings of Power is a good name for Amazon's disaster, or Trop. Yeah. It's a combination of trash and slop. I like that. $4.99. I like that. Trop. Sci-Fi round up for $10. I'm getting the views, just need more subs. Long live the Fellowship. That'll come. Keep grinding. Dude,
been on here for 10 fucking years, You gotta keep plugging at it. This is not an overnight or an easy thing. That's why we keep telling you it's great to bring your voice, but have expectations and real expectations.
Yeah. What date did you start your channel as?
The 11th of April 2012 is the day that I created the channel.
I created my channel on January 7th, 2014.
I don't know when I created
That's
my
18
first.
years between the pair of us.
I have no idea when I created my channel. I've been on YouTube for like two and something years.
2020 when I met Mark.
Oh yeah, like right before the pandemic. Like right before.
I would pay like $100,000 to see the alternative cut where after Galadriel jumped off the boat, Sauron sees her dead body in the ocean and be like, what the fuck? Where the fuck did she come from? This is Florian crew for 10 British pounds. And that's what we're going to have to wrap it up. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to let these 5 people go. I need to go get ready. I got to make videos. And I got to make shit. I got to make stuff. So I forgot I was off camera. Sorry. So let's go around the horn. Fabulous show. Oh, by the way, record Real BBC show.
Woo!
13,000 people watching. Thank you. We will be back next week on Az's channel, Heel versus Pig.
We're about 6,000 people be watching, but that's still great.
I think it'll be more than that. Rings of Power. This is The Last Jedi times 10 so far.
It's 9/11 times 1,000.
9/11 times
So
January.
it's January 6th.
Times the Summer of Love. That's what it is.
Yeah, guys, amazing, absolutely incredible number. Thank you so much for coming out in Mega Force. Never mind, just Force. Mega Force. Rings of Power is fucking trash.
It's trash.
She-Hulk is fucking trash. And in less than 3 weeks, we got Cassian fucking Andor. And as the cast have told us, it's a look at a post-Trump world. Or a Trumpian world, whatever they said. So they can go fuck themselves as well. Please subscribe to Heel versus Babyface on YouTube. And have a nice day.
Thank you, Az. Long-Man.
Hello. Oh, goodbye. Actually, isn't it? That's more accurate. It's been a good time. Been a fun time. What am I doing now in these next few days? I literally just have to go check the release dates on all the TV shows and be like, all right, I'll be there doing this. They're doing this. They're doing this. Because we're on Tuesday. Is it Thursday that She-Hulk and Rings of Power drop? Is that how that works?
So Rings of Power drops at
Thursday, 9 p.m.
So it's
Eastern?
midnight. It's midnight Thursday. So it'll be Friday morning. So it'll be Friday morning for Rings of Power, and then Thursday morning, technically.
Well, tomorrow I'm pretty sure we're doing a catch-up for EFAP. Day after I'm pretty sure is open bar. Day after that might just be a day where I can work on a video. And then the day after that will be EFAP, probably a She-Hulk one. Actually, it will definitely be a She-Hulk one. It's going to be a fun one. We got a thing planned. It looks like grabbing Jay Longbone and Nutzer are going to be our guests. 2 ladies. Going to be talking about lady things. EFAP doesn't like to do that typically. We find them scary. But, it's fine. As long as we're nice and safe. No, of course. And then Sunday, probably catch up with Drinker. And then the following Monday, maybe a gap. And then Tuesday, back to Real BBC. It's quite a schedule. It's quite a schedule.
It is.
Lots of things to do.
Andor 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Oh my good God. Enjoy. This is the peace times. Andor's gonna hit us like a fucking sack of bricks too. Who knows what it's gonna be like?
Endless trash.
It's gonna infect my spooky weed. TV shows. Let me play my horror games, damn you. But yeah, other than that, the plushies are still going. And thank you all so much for supporting them. They're there for another, I think, 9 or 10 days, though I've heard they may get extended at this point because the makeshift people are happy with them because they're all cuddly and people are hugging them and stuff. That's how it works.
We all like extended, don't we?
I'll definitely.
I like it when it's longer and longer.
Thank you, man.
And soft.
Do you guys know the initial length plan for the Doc Strange video was an hour and a half?
It's bigger than expected.
Silly. Come on.
When I first started writing it, I was like, I'm going to rush through, and the conclusion should be pretty simple. You know, Marvel bad, and then you know how it goes. You start to flesh out the pieces, and oh damn it, 6 hours.
I know you keep going, and it's so long. I get it.
I liked it. There's a few, just like 2 or 3 days before you're going to release it. You were like, I'm up to 5 hours now. So it's going to be around 5. And then when it came out, it was 6. I was like, where did MauLer get this extra hour from? But I like
That's the way it works for me. I could just drop it an extra hour casually in the editing bay. It's like, oh shit, there it goes. It slipped in.
How big was the file? It was probably like
Many gigabytes.
Massive.
Very long.
It was great.
It was
dude. It
huge.
was great. It was one of the most entertaining things I've watched in ages.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you for having me on. I love
Also,
this show.
MauLer, your voice in the video is extra sexy. I just want to let you know.
I do try and give it the best takes and record in a nice environment to make sure you can hear everything I say.
I've come.
I think you need an ASMR channel, MauLer.
You do too.
I'm too busy.
Goodness.
I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come.
Do not come. Do not come.
Nina.
Hi, thank you so much for the show today. This is amazing. I love the real BBC. And yeah.
What you fucking do?
I do. I said it. Yeah, check me out on my channel, Nina Infinity, and Nina7 Infinity on Twitter. I have a show tomorrow night, Breaking the Narrative. I'm going to talk about Clown World. And then on Fridays, right before Friday Night Tights, 2:45 Eastern, I go live and balance out everything, all the negativity with Infinite Hope. So check me out. Thank you.
Thanks, Nina.
Yay.
Thanks, MauLer. X-Ray Girl.
You can find me everywhere, X-Ray Girl in some sort of form. Yeah, so follow me tonight.
Watch her yoga video.
Oh yeah, I do yoga. Full
great.
foddery, okay? Full foddery. So yeah. And I'm gonna play Outlast tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
Watch
Is that
me
what you
scream.
call your Yoda or your
You're
yoga?
doing yoga.
Yoga.
Outlast.
Yoga.
But yeah, follow that new channel. Gonna get it monetized hopefully soon. We'll see.
Oh yeah, you will.
Yeah.
People will be watching you.
Yeah. When I get to a certain size, I'll maybe do it in like shorts. and a sports
Jesus
bra.
fucking
Wow.
Christ.
I'm joking.
No, you're not.
Mark will definitely pressure me to do it. He's like, honey, but you'll make more money. I'm like, no.
The higher the subs go, the higher up the shorts.
Yeah,
will
guys,
go.
the higher the, I'm going to write lines on my legs.
That could be a perk, you know.
Go on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a perk, all right,
At 1,000
Gary.
subs, it goes from pants to capris.
Wow.
A lot of people perk up.
Yeah, there's some perking up going on in the chat. Right?
Yeah. Steady on, boys.
But yeah, and I'm going to be watching Back to the Future next week, Monday. So sub to the main channel, and I get to watch a really cool movie for the first time.
It's incredible that
I
it's
hope
your
they
first
remake
one.
it.
Oh.
I hope.
I don't know.
God damn it, MauLer.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say something really mean, and I didn't say it.
Like somebody just hit me in the back of the head
I
with
know,
a
I
sledgehammer.
was
That
like,
one. Oh.
Just rewound to watch the intro from the start. Love the intro. MauLer dragging Ruin out of the warehouse. Streets. Yes.
Dude, seriously, just you make that trilogy. Go right ahead. I'll be there. Waiting and watching.
We'll all be there.
I'll be there. All right. Thanks. I came out with the video on Sunday. Every day. A Rings of Power review. It's most watched video in the first 48 hours on this channel's history. So thank you.
Wow.
That's amazing.
We all burned Lots of midnight oil on that one to get it out by Sunday. And I'm still tired. And I think Garrett's still tired.
They did. The chat was like at like 2, 6, 7 a.m. in the morning. I'm going to bed.
Yeah. Yeah. So we were going all night on that one. So thanks, everyone. I love you guys. And there's going to be more. There's going to be more. Hopefully, I'll get a House of the Dragon video out. Look for me.
You're about to say, I hope I get another house out of it.
Maybe another shed, like Jeremy from the Quartering. Get yourself a shed.
Yeah. Get my kid to a school. That's what I
There
want
you
to
go. Or that. Pay off some colleges.
get my kid to a school.
I just got an email that says, MauLer, get discovered by billions of viewers on Shorts. They don't know who I am. They just don't.
That's hilarious.
Oh, you mean like YouTube Shorts? I thought like Shorts was like a fucking new app or
Shorts.
something.
Dude, you should just do like
Listen.
a 6-hour video in Shorts. Hello.
Upload next clip. Part 2.
Million parts.
Yeah. Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
That's so good. I hate Shorts. I don't like them at all.
I don't like them either.
I want them off this platform completely, but that's just
I'm with you,
pushing
Gary.
them so hard as well.
Yeah.
they are.
I'm with you.
But as far as like them getting you subs and everything, subs for Shorts. It's not going to get you subs for your long form content. So you might as well go. Yeah. MauLer just released a 6.5 hour video. It's over 1.2 million at this point. Yeah.
It took a
Killing
while.
it.
I had four people editing that with me.
Forget
It
Shorts.
was a fucking huge thing. It would not work in the short. You're right though. If I was to start releasing shorts, it's pointless. Like the people who like shorts wouldn't like my main content.
No.
It just wouldn't work that way.
Kind of like the antithesis of it.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, I think I'll be on InfoWars tomorrow. Keep an eye on the time, and I'll be working on a video, Nerdrotic Nooner tomorrow with Chris Gore. Good old Chris Gore. And then Friday Night Tights with
Melanie Mack and Disbrew.
oh, that's a good
Oh,
old
nice.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's guest for me is going to be Melanie Mack. So, yay.
Oh, very nice.
I got an email saying my $499.99 charge from FNT was refunded. Was that you, Gary, or was it some YouTube nonsense? Probably some YouTube nonsense. I didn't. Is it from did you do it through Streamlabs or YouTube? The charge might have not gone through. Ryan the Eating Warrior, but I'll check. Sometimes you have to like it goes through PayPal and Streamlabs and you have to accept it, and I'll forget to do that. I will. So, but that's rare because I'm a business account. But yeah,
I
sorry.
think it's from Super Chat because it's not in the Streamlabs. So.
Yeah,
That's
it
very
must have
weird.
been. It must have been something that didn't go through. Maybe it was a super chat that didn't go through. And
He says it's YouTube in the chat.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you got it back. If anything, I'm glad it just wasn't gone.
Yeah, at least you got it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, now fork it over.
You dick.
Glad you got it back. And thanks for the thought. I do appreciate it. And then the thought THOUGH.
Not that.
Not
wait.
me, not her, not this guy here.
All right.
You're the biggest thought of all with your licking that.
Yeah, you've put that mic
Look,
in your
lady-
mouth many times.
Ladies, I can't help that me eating a lollipop made you two want to flick your fucking beans. All
I
right.
did not want to do that.
when I
Flick too hard, damn it!
you can't deny. We saw what happened at the beginning. I said I will stop, and you were just like both of you in unison.
Keep going.
No, don't.
It's for the audience,
It was
Az.
for the audience.
Sure,
Az. Come on
sure.
now.
Mm-hmm.
Always
rest,
for the audience.
rest in peace, G4 and Frost.
Rest in peace.
Taken
Oh,
down
wait, what?
by 5 minutes.
Oh.
Hey, Gary, you'll like that meme I just found. Just before we end, you'll like it. Just post
Okay,
it.
I can share it. I can share it.
Share it.
I enjoy you, but be careful.
Be careful.
What a great character he was. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Charles Dance is
So
the
great.
daddy, man.
The
He is
best.
a fucking-
They missed him. Great actor.
I don't even know, the casting throughout Game of Thrones. It was top notch. So many perfect casts.
Yep.
Read an episode 1 of The Sandman.
All right, in honor of Frosk and G4 deleting their support for her and deleting her video.
They walked it back.
I tweeted at G4 to ask why, considering they said that they were fully behind her and they stream with their heroes and what.
They wanted to be behind her.
They never replied.
But we did get something beautiful out of it, thanks to Perry.
Yes, we did.
That's what we'll go on with. So
Perry.
Friday Night Tights. You're about to get frostbitten. Fasten your seatbelts. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. All you geeks and gamers better stop jerking off to me, okay? I smell like burnt hair and Julie, but that isn't stopping you. I fuck you like you're retarded because I think you're all retarded. I see the chat. I see you in the chat. Hit an F right now. Jerking off to your girl. Frostbitten. Now press F if you're not jerking off. Frostbitten. Friday Night Tights. Frostbitten. Now press F if you're not jerking off. I see the chat. I see you in the chat. Hit an F right now. Jerking off to your girl. I'll wait.
Weird.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
I'm not qualified. Go ahead. Make my day. Call me Beaver Barbie.
Bitch, you're that goddamn ugly. I jerked off to the dislike ratio.
I'm not hot to you.
No. What in the heck did I just walk into?
Wow. People keep confusing me for prepubescent Justin Bieber. Someone in the chat called me Eminem mid-transition. Frostbitten. Now press F if you're not jerking off. Frostbitten. Friday Night Tights. Frostbitten. Now press F if you're not jerking off. I see the chat. I see you in the chat. Hit an F right now. Jerking off to your girl. I'm standing up for all the women at G4. Emily, Abby, Megan, Joe, Jake, Zipper, Pockets, Scissors, Tape Dispenser, and filing cabinet. X-ray girl, she is a beautiful young Oriental. X-ray girl, give me cock. Ask them the price of cock. X-ray girl, not exist for you to stroke your chopstick to. You don't like it? Go somewhere else. Peace. Right now.
Woo! Hi, everyone. Thanks to the mom.
Bye bye.
We'll be up. Babyface next week. Bye bye.